Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and the new expansion for Hearthstone, the WitchWood expansion, is now available. It kind of snuck up on me. I imagine it probably started somewhere around noon, and I'm about 6 hours late, but we'll not worry too much about that. So it's time to buy 150 plus card packs of something. While I'm doing that, we're also getting some extra card packs, so it's really going to be a lot more. Also, each of my 3 accounts, the Americas account, the European account, and the Asian account, are going to get a free legendary, which this was something that was done in a previous expansion, and I didn't really think or hear that they were going to continue that. It's nice. However, so we are now in the Year of the Raven. I wish they would give up the Year of the Mammoth, Year of the Raven thing and instead just follow the actual Zodiac. So I believe we're in the Year of the Dog right now. This also doesn't actually transition, I think, at the same time as Chinese New Year. It seems like they just kind of make this up. It's the Year of the Raven really just means they've decided to put some more of the cards into the wild set, where even as somebody who has been playing Hearthstone on their America's account for a long time, I certainly wasn't in it in beta, and I don't have that complete collection that I think is actually valid to play on Wild. And the way ranked is, even though they've recently changed rank, there's really no way you can play in Standard and Wild. So I would argue almost everybody, including some of the top esports players, should and does play in Standard. And Wild is just this smaller group. For this transition, Whisper of the Old God cards, One Night in Karazhan cards, and Mean Streets and Gadgetzan cards are now all Wild, which could drastically change our decks, and we're going to do some deck rebuilds. Also, some classic cards now are changed into Wild. The Murloc here is going to certainly be lost for a lot of people, because this was a major card to draw more cards. Ice Block going away to Wild is actually kind of nice. It'll help mages lose a little bit more, but it doesn't really cover the main mage meta deck that has been played for many months now, and if anything, some of the new cards look like it's only going to improve that meta deck. There is a strategy that gets played by a lot of people where you have Sorcerer's Apprentices, and I believe it's a legendary card Archmage Archidonus, and those getting enough Sorcerer's Apprentices on the field with Archmage Archidonus lets you get an infinite number of spell cards that do damage to the hero. So in one turn you can potentially take an enemy from their full 30 health down to 0 without your opponent being able to save themselves or have any defense against it. Also going into Wild is, I believe, the original version of Molten Giant. So Molten Giant's been on quite a journey where the cost of it, I believe, was raised, and now it's getting reduced. So it was like perhaps a 25 mana cost, and then the cost goes down 1 less for each hero damage your hero's taken. And now it's just going in the Wild and being the original. Because I have probably all of these cards in 200 in duplicate, I might get 800 dust or even a little bit more, because these cards have been changed. Ooh, because you own some of these cards, here's a special gift to celebrate 1800 dust. So on my main account, it's 1800 dust. On my my Asian account, it was 800, and the Asian account is a much newer account to deal with. Also, we get a special quest of Lunera, which I assume this means I'm going to get this hero replacement character by winning 10 games in standard, which is going to be a lot. And they're very much pushing people towards only playing standard. Like, they really, really don't want you to play wild. Also, we have this quest, which we won't probably do today, but I'll rotate it out while I'm here to 100 gold. So those two will overlap quite nicely. And it's by doing those daily quests that we have 7,125 gold, all free to play. Like right now, nothing goes into dust. I do want to come over here and type in the key phrase new and just go ahead and disenchant any gold cards because I don't keep gold cards on my main account. I'd much rather have that dust. And I want to go ahead and mark anything that I've already seen. So this is our first WitchWood card. Transform all 1-cost cards in your deck into legendary minions. Surprisingly, this is the most interesting card in the expansion now that I've looked at all the cards. Sad that I can't have to. And the reason why this is most interesting, unless deck building has just been changed because so many decks now are in the wild set, you can see they have shifted now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes, 6 if you include basic in standard, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 classes in wild. Maybe 8, maybe I miscounted there. But yeah, for Murloc decks, this is a great 5th turn Murloc deck, because if you haven't really won the game by the 5th turn, you're probably not gonna win. So you play this on the 5th turn, it replaces most of your cards, because most Murlocs are 1-cost cards, into random legendary minions. Then you can try and save your potential loss there. Alright, that's, I guess, as much setup as we need to do. Throughout this, we'll be doing deck rebuilds at the end also. So we will delete lots and lots of these wild decks. My plan is to actually delete all decks, which honestly, it's probably just easier to do this right now than it is to do anything else. That didn't mean to do that. Just get rid of every single deck from the beginning. And today we're going to do deck rebuilds, mostly built around the concept of making new and unique original thought decks. However, I will be using my Hearthstone deck tracker app, which works with hsreplay.net, to tell you exactly what the best decks they think with their statistics are the best decks to play. And in the one example in which I've done that, which was Mid-Range Hunter, I have won a lot more. So I think I'll probably keep 5 random fun decks, 9 random fun decks, and 9 best of the best decks designed around actual victories. Time to purchase cards. Now for my main account, I think we're going to go simply with just 50. I've never found any reason I don't know why you can't exceed 50, honestly, but whatever. I guess it just is probably easy enough to stop it at 50. The next number that they might want to stop it at is 99, so you can't accidentally hit another 0 and buy 10 times as much. It's still possible if you meant to buy 5, I guess you could accidentally hit 0 and buy a lot more. Yeah, but I haven't seen any reason to break it up and buy in groups of 10. There is a increased likelihood that you will get a legendary in the first 10 packs that you purchase ever of any expansion. But that doesn't seem to be affected by how many you buy. And then there is the pity timer that you were guaranteed to get a legendary after 50 packs. So theoretically, I could only get 1 legendary. But I'm thinking I'll probably get 2 or 3. Just because there's not that many cards in WitchWood. Now, I still have enough gold for 21 more packs, but there is a lot of thought here to buy, instead of these cards, which I can see, like the ones I'm missing, by typing in the phrase missing. You can see here there's a lot of cards I don't have because the expansion just comes out up to 24 pages. But there is a lot of classic cards, and since classic cards don't go into wild just by default still to make, so spending card packs to get shadow form is a better value if you really want shadow form than it is to getting a random epic in even the newest expansion. And I would just like to finish out my classic collection on my main account, which will be kind of hard to do unless I end up with a lot more dust, or just get 1 more legendary. Theoretically, any legendaries you got from classic packs after you have all of the other legendaries would go as dust, and if you happen to get any gold legendaries, that would just turn into more dust. So having a complete classic collection, I think, is probably the right move. A lot more than most people really want to admit or live up to. But we do want to see some of the new cards. So on my European and my Asian accounts, which are much newer accounts, we very possibly are just going to open 50 packs of the classics cards, because I'm not super hot on these WitchWood cards. Like, we've already in this instance gotten the 1 card that interested me, and the rest are very much gap filler cards that are not bad. We'll do this relatively fast when we hover over, in case you haven't seen card pack openings before. It'll hint at the rarity, so we know all 4 of these are common and this one is rare. If we see a purple, it will be epic. If we see a yellow golden one, it'll be legendary. Generally speaking, in these expansions, opening 50 card packs gets you close to like 75% complete. It's not really great numbers, and the odds of you getting closer to 100% makes it feel like you need to open about 400 card packs, which would be a lot of money, certainly, if you pre-ordered the 50 card packs for $50 and got the card back, which getting those limited edition card backs are going to slightly change because Ben Brode, the guy in charge of running Hearthstone, has talked about introducing a way to get some of the card backs that people missed out on. But if you bought that pre-order and got 50 card packs, and then you spent actual money on the other card packs, you're looking at, if you were going to buy 400 card packs, you're looking somewhere around $250 for an expansion. And sure, Hearthstone is free to play, and you might try to make an argument that might be a good deal, but I don't think many people would buy into that. I certainly wouldn't. This is definitely a loot box game. This is definitely, well, these are the loot boxes. Definitely a pay to win game too, because if you throw money at things, you will win. And then there's also just a lot of randomness. So even if you are paying to win to get all the cards, you still may just randomly lose in some instances. Seems like we're running into a rare card in this position every time. I hope this isn't a bug. Last expansion there actually was a bug, and they came back, and so here's our first epic. They came back and gave me some extra card packs or extra dust or something to make up for the fact that I was supposed to have gotten more cards or better cards than what I got. So it's not a terrible thought to do this. First legendary, and we'll have to look, but I believe we were right on the nose for 10 packs. No, we weren't. We were... I'll have to run the numbers. Your other minions have rush. This was a decent looking legendary too. Rush is the new key phrase that allows enemies to attack minions, or your minions to attack enemy minions on the first turn, but not the enemy hero. It is a weaker version of charge. Giving your other minions... No, it was right on the 10 mark. We started at 57 and we're right at 47. So now the timer, the pity timer, has reset. So I probably should buy 3 more if I don't get another legendary at all. As soon as I get another legendary, the calculation has to be redone. And we'll see what happens. Theoretically, I could get a legendary right now. Like, it's not impossible, it's just highly unlikely. And there's really no way, I guess, to manipulate it anyways, because it's not, to my understanding, like a timing based metric, or having it's not like whether other players getting legendaries changes your odds of getting legendaries, since these are all just digital goods. So your only option is just to always continue to purchase cards or choose not to purchase cards. See? So we'll have to look at the timer again, but I believe that was only 2 packs until we got our next legendary. And mostly I'm trying to get legendaries just to have legendaries and not have a bunch of them missing. Yeah, that was 3 card packs. So now if I don't get another legendary, I could buy 6 more and I would guarantee 1 more. Yeah, but it's mostly just because I already have the legendaries. If I get a duplicate, I can turn it into dust. Although I don't think you actually do get duplicate legendaries until you have all of them. And I'm not 100% sure. Somebody may have to say in the comments about whether after you have all the legendaries of a specific expansion, are you guaranteed gold versions of legendaries at that point? It doesn't seem like you're guaranteed gold versions of common cards after you have all the common cards in an expansion. And we may very well use our dust to make sure we have all the common cards, in case there's just a couple I'm missing. I do want more variety, certainly. You can't build wild and crazy decks if you're missing some cards, and if they are really cheap cards, that works. Now, the thing was, it was probably about 6 months ago, or roughly speaking, about a half a year ago, that Kriparian turned his extra cards into dust and then tried to buy all golden versions with dust of every card to have a full golden collection. Here's another epic. And even though he had, I don't know, it felt like 40,000 dust available to him, he still could not get a complete golden collection. So even the streamers, people who are spending a lot of money and getting fans to help him get card packs through some kind of weird donation system, like even the most known famous streamers are struggling to maintain a complete collection in Hearthstone, which inherently proves that Hearthstone is too expensive of a game. And Activision Blizzard doesn't care. They just want your money, certainly, but it is really, really expensive. It's also very expensive with your time, with the daily quest. They are trying to address that, and we are going to start seeing easier daily quests, which is nice. We'll be at an odd point. I'll have to make some hard decision about whether I want to open classic packs and potentially get a one legendary or no legendaries for the classic deck, or whether I want to move forward. Right now, I believe it would be 6 packs extra if I don't get another legendary. But if I got a legendary right now, it would be almost all 21. It would be 17. And that's approaching more than I can get. A lot of common cards. A lot of common cards. Now, we're not really looking at them. There's already 10 videos on my channel that looked at every single card and broken up by class. So if you're interested in the Paladin cards, if you're interested in the neutral cards, if you want to watch them all, you can watch the live stream, or you can just watch each individual video. You probably do a little bit better watching each individual video. There's a playlist on my channel, so just for the WitchWood expansion. So if you skip, probably the first one is the live stream. So if you see a 3-hour video, you could skip that and watch that broken up a little bit easier into more digestible sections. We got another epic. The order is common, rare, epic, and legendary, in case people aren't aware of that. The rarity of these cards are really a fictitious element that has no real adherence or change to the game, other than the fact that legendaries can only have 1 copy and everything else can only have 2. So it would have been really easy for them to simply have common cards and legendary cards, and just but they decided to make 2 other orders. I doubt they would ever implement new rules that say you can only have 1 of every epic card, But there might be some kind of crazy tavern brawl where that would play like that. They're also introducing, when you're playing friends, the ability to copy your friend's deck and borrow it, potentially even playing against your friend playing their own deck. But it has no play in. It doesn't seem like it's going to affect rank play at all. That'll be very good for people who want to help you test out a deck and for showing off decks. So that's a nice idea. But there's no direct card trading, it seems like, in the works. And that's probably a good thing, because if they were to open a Valve style marketplace where I could try and have people trade cards for gold, I think a lot of people would end up getting bad deals in that scenario. So we are now at 23 packs and we haven't gotten a legendary. So whenever I get a legendary now, there won't be enough packs to buy enough to guarantee that I get another legendary. It's still very possible I'll get 2 legendaries just because I have good luck, but I can't guarantee that I'll top it off to 50. So because of the way that's broken down, I figure I'm almost certainly going to open 21 packs of classic, but we might do it in groups of 10, just in case. We'll need to look at how many cards are actually missing from the new expansion, because it may very possibly be that short of missing several legendary cards, which I believe there was somewhere between 10 and 15 in this expansion. That seems about right. Might even be as high as 20, a little bit higher than that. We may have a very full collection of commons, rares, and epics. Like, we should have all the commons at this rate, because we definitely are getting all of them. My main goal here will be to try and bring in line my European and Asian account, because the funny thing is, 3 rares. I have a secondary account that I don't care about, and we won't be opening card packs on that or anything like that. But I use it to allow this main account to win, so I effectively cheat. I cheat to get daily quests done, and because daily quests take too long, and I don't bat an eye about it, and I don't feel wrong about it for a second. However, you can't do that because I can't do it for the European or Asian accounts, because my secondary account is on my phone and it's locked into an the American servers. Therefore, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when I'm live streaming, I often spend most of my time and most of my effort doing daily quests on the Asian accounts and European accounts, which have the least amount of cards. So bringing those 2 accounts into a higher position and much as close as possible to my classic account, which has most of the cards, it's not missing anywhere as much, would be very helpful, just to have, so I can build better, more successful decks, and also build consistent decks across all 3 accounts. Because if I can make a classic Murloc deck using some cheap cards across all 3 servers, that allows me to do that and not have to switch gears and rethink which of the potentially 6 different Murloc decks that I built am I actually playing right now. Am I playing the one that's missing one of the Murlocs, or the one that's missing 2 of the Murloc cards, or the one that's missing 3 of the Murloc cards? We're getting a lot of epics here, but man, we are not having the greatest luck at the end with legendaries. We're getting some golden ones, and for my classic account I'll disenchant those and instead replace them with classics. I actually hate the golden variants of cards. They look nice if you have a full deck of 30 goldens, but they just stand out like a sore thumb when you have 1 golden card or 2 or 3, and then the rest of them are the regular ones. Again, a golden variety in cards, no reason whatsoever other than greed on Activision Blizzard's part. No reason for them to exist. I would love to see them come back and say, we're going to get rid of golden cards, or we're going to turn all cards into golden cards and give the equivalent amount of dust to all the legacy players who've been playing for a really long time and had a bunch of golden cards. That way it would help introduce and motivate new players, which they certainly don't do a good job of. For the previous week, we were getting free card packs. Hey, there's a legendary, so that's good. We got lucky. They were giving away free card packs for doing the daily quests, but then they stopped doing that on Monday, and today is Thursday. So, like, if you were building any hype and trying to get new people to play Hearthstone, you stopped building hype for nearly a full week for no reason. Also, they didn't really tell people what day they were going to stop doing that event, nor did they really tell people what day they were going to have the new expansion. They're just really bad at making it obvious about the dates. I mean, even if they did tell dates on their website, they don't do it in the app. And you have to assume that a significant number of players only get their information about Hearthstone in the app. So I have 5 more cards. I would have to open potentially 45 more to guarantee 1 more legendary. So, like, odds are pretty low I won't get another legendary in those last 4 card packs. But that's alright. Odds are low, but not impossible. Look at that. And maybe your odds just go up as you fill in a collection. So, that's great and all. Now, PC Gamer wrote an article several months ago talking about how you don't really need to all the legendaries, and that certainly is true if you know what decks you're going to build and you don't want the options. You can probably dust a lot of cards and just have the collection that would make the decks you want to play, and that would set you up pretty nicely until the cards that you're playing go to wild or they get nerfed or something. There is still, I guess, an option that we get 1 more legendary, although that is excessively greedy, that in these last 2 card packs I would get 1 more legendary or 2 more legendaries even. I mean, I suppose theoretically you could get all 5 cards being legendary, but it's not likely to happen. So, are we going to go out with a big bang? Probably not, but we've done pretty well for ourselves. So, we've seen a lot of sound the bells. So there's several cards. Also, I believe there is going to be... I thought they were going to add a new hunt the beast mode, like the dungeon runs in Kobolds and Catacombs. But apparently that is not here, so maybe that's going to come out in the next expansion, or maybe later. There's no tavern brawl or anything. Okay, so when we look at just the extra cards, let's just get an idea. I guess I'll have to mark these. We have 5 extra of these cards, 5 copies of these cards, and you only need 2. 7 of these, 3 of these, 7 of these, 4 of these, 3 of these, 1 of these. We can go ahead and just disenchant that for another 100 dust, because I much prefer dust. We have 5 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these. You would hope that they'd be a little bit more fair, and just once you have the 2 that you need, they'd either give you a different classic card, and once you have a common card, and once you have all the common cards, they would just give you gold variants only, so that this felt like more of a progressive system instead of a random system. 8 copies of this one, certainly saw that quite a bit. 4 of those, 5 of those, 8 of those, 5 of those, 6 of those, 4 of those, 4 of those, and 3 of those, 4 of those. Here's another golden one we can disenchant for another dust. 5 of those, 4 of those, 6 of those, 5 of those. This isn't atypical. 3, 3, and 5 of these of your experience, and we still will 9 of these. Will we have any that are 10 plus? It's not an atypical experience when buying card packs, and it's kind of what you need to do to get any legendaries. Is you're going to have to spend money to get a lot of things that you don't need, and then trade them for things for dust at a diminishing return, because crafting things with dust is definitely a diminishing return. Like if I was to go craft one of these, it would be 40, but to craft the gold version of this, it's 400. So like 400 dust to make this in gold, disenchant it for 50. So 4 times 9 of those, 3 of those, 6 of those. I guess we managed not to go over 9, unless one of those said 9 plus, and I just didn't see that. So those are the extras. Let's now hit the crafting button and disenchant all of those extras. 15 rares for 300 dust, and 112 commons for 560s. And you can see this rarity level also changes how things work quite a bit. Rare cards are worth a lot more dust than common cards. Epic cards are worth a lot more dust than rare cards, and legendary cards are worth a lot more dust than epic cards. So that gets that done. So the next thing we want to do is type in the key phrase missing. But it's important when we search missing that we are, let's see, we are in crafting mode, but we are only filtering to WitchWood, because we don't really want to deal with the missing cards of previous expansions, which there certainly is a lot of that. And so we can see we're getting about 2 out of 5 cards that are missing. A lot of them are epics, which would cost 400 to create, and they're probably not going to get crafted. There's a lot of rares that we only have one copy of, or epics that we only have one copy of. A lot of legendaries that we certainly won't have and won't get. For each one of these legendaries, you roughly estimate 50 more card packs would need to be opened. And I suppose if you did throw that much money at the problem, you would probably have close to a complete collection, in the sense of having just so many overlaps of common cards and rare cards. So a lot missing. We can further refine this down to common cards. So if we type in common after missing and hit enter, you can see that the only ones that are the easy answers to create are this one. So now we have 2 of those with dust. This one. This one. And this one. So then the question to ask is, what common cards am I also still missing? Just this one, which I disenchanted this one, I believe, for more than 40 dust. And so now creating it for 40 dust is better. That effectively means all the common cards in the entire game I now have, which is good. Like, that is the first achievement, and it's quite an achievement in the first place, to trying to have a complete collection. However, now we are at rare cards, and I guess you'd want to start with neutral, but it's going to be 100, so I could only make 38 rare cards in total. There's one here that's missing, so let's try to have some variety. There's one here that's missing. Can we get a full collection? Problem with these searches is they don't actually tell you like how many results are coming up. There's no counter, so I don't know if I have 32 or more cards. But we can make a simple decision to just say, let's fill in the neutral cards. Neutral cards, of course, being playable by any of the 9 hero classes. That makes more sense than anything. And then once we've filled in the neutral cards with 2 copies, then that leaves us with 26. So we'll just have to count 3 here, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there is enough dust to get every rare card. Regardless of... we're doing this very simplistically. If I was a newer player, I would certainly not have as much dust, and I wouldn't be able to make as much of a general solution here. But this will just keep us all rather nicely seated. We'll probably get some more card packs for this expansion throughout the time that this expansion is the main expansion. just from tavern brawls, weekly tavern brawls, and daily quest watch and learns. Although a lot of those give you classic card packs too. I doubt we'll get any wild card packs anymore from any reward. So I'll have to make a special effort to gain gold to open wild card packs. So with that, we now have 11 more rare cards I could craft from anything. So then the question would be, what 11 rare cards could I craft? There's a lot of them missing. Now it comes down to deciding which wild. I guess what you'd do is you'd go to standard cards. And let's see if we can fill in these standard cards with rares. Because we really aren't going to have any gold, any dust for yeah, we're really not going to have enough dust for epics or legendaries. So if we looked at missing kobold cards specifically, which is our second oldest expansion, filling in that is good too, because that means these cards will last pretty well. We can just work our way down the line with rares and leave the older ones. Frozen Throne. I've got 5 more cards I can make. Craft that. Craft that. Craft that. I have one more I can do, which means there's just one in Frozen Throne. And Guru still has a bunch, but I guess we could look in general. So, another large step forward to getting a complete collection of rare cards, which is more variety and more to play. Really only 11 pages of missing rares. If we were to specifically just now look at all missing cards, though, that's where it's still going to be a significant amount, 60 pages, I'm thinking, of cards that are missing. Hey, we've got it down to 50. That's not too bad. And if I specifically only look at the WitchWood cards that are missing, it's epic, a copy of an epic. I feel like even though I got a lot of legendaries in this, this is certainly one that I kind of would have wanted to get, and this is definitely the other one I kind of would have wanted to get. Like, we kind of got screwed on epic cards, and instead got a lot of duplicates of common and rare cards, which is only going to also make the building new decks a little bit crazier. If I take away the missing key phrase and we just look at everything that we have, there's still a few cards that we haven't marked off as new, but yeah. So of the 10 cards we got, it seems like we're getting about 8 per hero for each character class card, at least one of the 2. So there's a selection here, certainly something to play with and think about, but not a complete collection. Not as much as I would like. I would much prefer to have opened 400 decks. By the way, you can now gift cards, hint hint, in Hearthstone. You have to do it through the battle.net launcher or the website, but you can gift card decks to your friends, which that certainly would be cool if somebody would do that. Although I'd much prefer people gift me games on Steam, friending me on Steam and doing that, than gifting me card packs. But if you want to see me open card packs, and that's more than acceptable. Where are we left? Do we have anything else to really cover? Just I'm not sure what the next thing I wanted to do is. We have 21 packs, and I'm gonna open classic packs, and we're gonna see and hope that we can get at least one of these last few legendaries in the classic. I want a fully complete classic collection. I don't believe I have any collection that is complete. As for things like Unguru would be the last expansion I'd buy cards for. I'd much prefer to try and get WitchWood cards right now and Kobold's cards. Unguru and Frozen Throne will probably go into Wild eventually too. So we've marked off everything that was new, so there's no indicators. Let's come over here and come over to the shop. Let's see. Kobolds and Catacombs, Unguru, and Frozen Throne all can be purchased. So 21, and this is just extra gold that we had. Do I want to do it in segments of... No. I think just to save time and more, just to be realistic, we'll just do 21 classic card packs. No real reason to open these other card packs right now. But once I have a classic collection, then I would be opening Journey to Unguru card packs instead. And that would be the next thing I would be trying to get a complete collection on. Epics and legendaries are the only thing that matter. So anything else we know will get turned to dust. So this is a full pack of cards that is going to get turned into dust. It'll be about 120 or 150 dust. Where it's maybe as low as 80 dust actually. I might have to... Let's see. Here's an epic. So now the hope is this epic new, or is it a duplicate epic? If it's a duplicate epic, it gets turned into dust, but that would be a lot of dust. So that wouldn't be a bad idea. Ideally, having a complete classic collection means after a while getting any more classic packs just is getting you more dust than you normally would get. And we'll turn that golden into dust too. Come on, give me 2 legendaries. That's probably the most I could ask for is 2 legendaries on 21 packs. Yeah, that's already asking for quite a lot. But you know, if I got 5 new epics too and no legendaries, I'd be okay with that. This feels a lot like maintenance work, though. Opening classic packs now. It feels like you could very easily have to spend 50 to 100 cards to get the last 2 legendaries, and then feel kind of bad about it for all the large numbers of other cards that just are going to get turned into dust. But that's really the only way the system works, which is why it would be kind of nice if there was a card trading mechanic or something. Or honestly, it would just be nice if the dust values were adjusted to be kinder than what they are. Come on, give me at least 1 legendary. It's still very possible that the 3 or 4 epics I've gotten are not new. So, like, we may find out that it's all extra when everything's said and done. Which I guess would then just give me dust to try and make some more rare expansion, rare cards. Another epic. It costs 1600 dust to make 1 legendary, so it's unlikely. It's not really a good way. There's 2 epics. It's not efficient to use dust to make legendaries, and particularly not efficient to use dust to make golden legendaries. Come on, give me 1 legendary. And the problem with the pity timer is if you're opening 21 packs now and I don't open 21 packs, the other potential 29 packs that I would need to activate the pity timer for several months, there's really no way to know if that timer is still counting or not, or if it resets after a day, or if it resets after a week, or if it resets after a month, or if it never resets. One would hope it never reset. Yeah, we're getting a lot of epics. But it's almost as if the card packs are giving you epics because it's choosing to not give you legendaries. And that would really stink if that's the case, but who knows? No evidence has ever proven that to be the situation. This is where that Chinese law that makes you list your odds comes into nice play globally, because it will force it already, I believe, has forced Activision Blizzard to list the odds of getting certain cards, and potentially shaming them into raising the odds for the player. So 21 packs, no legendary. The question is, of the small handful of cards that were there, like 10 of the epics are duplicates, 23 of the rares are duplicates, and 68 of the commons were duplicates. So 10 gives you 1,000 dust, where over double that in rare only gives you 460 dust, and over triple the number of rares only gives you 340 dust. A very much diminishing return. But once you have a complete collection of classic and you got an extra legendary, that would be 1,600 dust, I believe, every single card, or 800 dust every card. Let's disenchant that. And then we can work with what we got new with the key phrase new. And so I got this golden one, which I can disenchant for 100 more dust. This one was one I was actually missing. And these two I can disenchant for dust. So opening 21 packs gave me enough dust to craft one legendary if I want to pick. So which of the neutral legendaries, or I could try and get rid of the epics, and there's still 2 epics that I don't have 2 of. Like, is there a real reason to do that? So I could take this one, or this one, or this one, or this one. And I think I kind of want this one. So I'm going to take this one just to help complete this collection. And I guess I could make one of these epics. So I'll take Shadow Form. Was that the right decision to do that? Very possibly not. It very, very possibly would have been better to craft a bunch of rares like throughout the game. There also might be like a Hall of Fame card that I could have done, like this. Captain's Pirate is an epic game one I could have seen maybe if I wanted to craft some of these missing legendaries under Hall of Fame. Now of course I won't be missing any basic cards. But I guess that was my decision, and now I have to live with it. And we have new card back, and at least right now we have that win 10 games to get this hero class. But I assume at some point will give us a way to use dust to craft these hero replacement, these different hero skins. Okay, so that's my main account. Let's now switch over to the European account. Card pack opening. Also, make sure you log into all of your accounts so that you get 3 extra free card packs of WitchWood. Today is the day to log in, even if you're not going to do anything else. And we get a 3rd different legendary this time. And now we have to go through all of the song and dance. No way to skip this, it seems. I often wonder about these little animations in these voiceover sections that are added to the cell phone version of the game and take up a lot of space. Like, now that these new expansions are, I got 600 dust this time instead of 800. I imagine my European account is the least of the accounts. You have no standard decks, go create one. Interesting. So every single one of my decks that were standard before have now been eliminated. Let's see, what was the daily quest today? 60. I won't replace a 60 daily quest. That's not good. Every single one of these became wild, and that is because my European account simply did not have anywhere as many of the cards as it should. So immediately you see a reason why I want to open 50 classic packs for this account over 50 packs of the new account. But it may not be exactly 50. I guess what we could do is we'll split it in half, starting with classic packs, and then after we get a legendary, the last legendary we get, we'll think about, do we want to put more packs? There's a minimum of 10 packs that we need to open for WitchWood, because that will guarantee you one legendary. You'd be a fool not to open at least 10 packs. But we'll have to decide. We have 66 packs to figure. So let's start with 33 classic packs. That seems right. 33 classic packs. Again, the reason for this is if we look at the classic cards and search by the key phrase missing, there is a ton of cards that are missing, if I can spell missing right. There's a ton of cards that are common and rare cards that are missing, and classic cards generally don't go into wild. Only a handful of them get put into the Hall of Fame. So this Murloc will probably be playable several years from now. Most of these cards will still be playable several years from now. This is what a new account should focus on, is getting as many legendaries and just cards in general. Here. Particularly for the WitchWood expansion, which is a hole filler expansion, or it at least feels that way. So if you've got holes in your classic collection, you should fill those in first. So ideally legendary on the first card pack. Probably not going to happen. You may have noticed that I'm not really talking about the cards. That's mostly just a lack of enthusiasm for the WitchWood expansion. And frankly, it would be a little silly to be enthusiastic about classic cards. You definitely need them. You'll more often than not, I suspect, find better uses for classic cards over some of the expansion cards. But mostly I'm talking about rarity, just trying to fill in gaps and get dust. So even if I opened these 33 card packs and just got all the legendaries and no epics and no commons and no rares, if some kind of weird glitch happened, that would still be a pretty good outcome, even though I wouldn't be able to really build an effective synergistic deck around that collection of cards. It would certainly make it easier to fill in, to decide what kind of packs to open. I don't believe this is the first expansion for my European and Asian accounts. I believe this is the second, maybe third expansion, but they are not doing well. There's a lot of setup to start playing Hearthstone. You have to spend basically a week playing playing Hearthstone before you can even challenge friends, and you have to spend maybe even 2 weeks playing to get every hero class up to 20 to get to play tavern brawls. And if you're not doing those weekly tavern brawls, you're missing out on a card pack. And even doing the tavern brawls and getting the card packs are not staying ahead of the curve. An average player is going to need a very consistent infusion of new cards via either earning daily quests gold and buying card packs, or spending real world money to get the card packs, just to catch up, just to stay in with the crowd. You're definitely not getting ahead of that. You're definitely not rolling in extra cards. I very well may open these 33 card packs and not get any legendaries. But what you will see is I won't have a ridiculous amount of dust either, because I'm filling in the gaps of common and rare classic cards that I don't have. And once all 3 accounts have a nearly complete classic selection of cards, then I can make a good classic deck that plays well with all of them, and then that is a good example to new players. Alright, so we've got our first legendary, and that's where we're going to have to run the calculation. Right. So, if I buy 33 more, I can guarantee a second legendary. If I get less than, if I get another legendary in these 17 packs, even this next pack, it's less than 100% guarantee that I'll get a legendary. It's still probably a better deal, because I don't know how many legendaries I'm going to end up getting here. Oddly, it might very well make sense for new players to take a legendary that they just know they will never play. I mean, I don't know how you could wisely make that decision, but if you really, really hate a card that's a legendary and turn it to dust, and then go and make a lot of missing classic cards, common cards, you can get quite a lot out of that. Like 800 dust is 20 common cards, I believe, because common cards, I believe, are 40 dust to craft, and a legendary would be 800 dust. Like golden epic, certainly. Now, in a case like this, turning this into dust might be the equivalent of just converting it down into a non-golden version, because the amount of dust you get back for dusting a golden variant is exactly equivalent to the amount of dust it would take to create the non-golden variant. So it's not really a great deal to do that, but I so hate looking at golden ones. And on my European account, that is the rule I'm doing. Now on my Asian account, I'm doing it a little bit different. I'm not touching the goldens. I'm just keeping them to see if maybe down the line in a few years, the better strategy would have been to hold on to gold cards. It's nice to have accounts for each of them as a YouTuber, for the European and the Asian accounts and the Americas account, and playing on all three of them. It would be nicer if they just merged my account to a worldwide account, however, and merged all those cards. but it really only works for a YouTuber. Any normal person would not want to do 3 daily quests every day on Hearthstone. It's too much playing, it's too much frustration, and doing those daily quests just gets you gold to let you do more card pack openings, but then the cards again are split between the different servers. So as someone who has an account for each of the 3 regions that they're allowed to, there's a 4th China region that you have to actually be in China to access, and possibly some other regions out there that I'm unaware of. If those 3 regions got merged and the card collections got merged, in one fell swoop I'd probably have a complete collection, if not close to halfway of a full golden card collection. So ideally, I guess I would like to see another legendary at this point, because I feel like I'll probably have to buy classic cards one by one, and it's not a great system to do that going forward until we trigger a legendary and I'm ready to move over to the new expansion. So 5 more card packs, give me 1 legendary, and then 33 card packs can be spent on the new expansion, which keeps it about even and fair. Although it might not be a terrible thought to make sure I've bought 10 card packs from each expansion that's happened at this point, to make sure I've done that. Come on, give me a legendary. No such luck. So before we do anything else, let's go here. And we had 1160 dust to start off with. I can disenchant 118 of those cards that were common for 590, and 13 rares for 260, and 1 epic for 100 dust to give me more dust. And if we now look at, let's see, I guess we look at new classic cards, then we can, let's just make sure we're only looking at classic cards. We've got this, which I'm just going to disenchant the gold. I'm just going to turn it into dust. We've got these, and you'll notice a lot of these cards only have 1 copy, so there's still reason. I'm going to disenchant this for dust. I'm going to disenchant this for dust. So still a lot of reason to open classic cards on this account. A lot of neutral cards in particular. Disenchanting this will leave you with less than your amount you could have in your deck, so we'll click yes to that. See, that would be a typical experience of not doing that. So this golden version will give me 400 dust. There we go. So then the question is to see how much is still missing in the classic account. And it's quite a lot. Quite a lot of cards. A lot of commons. Well, a lot of rares. I may have made all of the common ones with dust, but it doesn't fully make sense. There's actual strategies here, like this card should exist. I definitely do want this card, so I'm just gonna craft that. This one should exist. So knife juggler, like Light Warden should have 2 copies of it. Now I can't do that with legendaries. I don't have enough dust. But some of these Murloc things, you can't really even make a Murloc deck without having these Murlocs on the field. And see that this is 400 pirates. There's a daily quest to play pirates, and you kind of need that guy. Let's see if there's anything else that's specifically needed. There's certainly Leroy Jenkins and stuff that you would want to. I'm not sure if I'm making a mistake here, because there's very possibly less demand for playing pirates with the new daily quests. So I spent almost all my dust just, let's see if there's any missing commons on classic. Nope. So I had a complete collection on commons, or I misspelled commons. Maybe I did misspell C-O-M. No, it's 2 M's. So rares. So the next step would be to try and craft with 100 dust a couple of these cards. And, yep. So like craft that and craft that. Now we haven't even started really on WitchWood. So like I can just go out of crafting mode and say like only one WitchWood card whatsoever. So ideally, I want to get 1 legendary in these 7 card packs that they've given me, because I can't exchange those regardless anyways. But that's kind of all I want to do. Like, this account right now is so suffering from not having common cards that the 33 remaining packs that I can purchase probably all need to be common cards. And I just kind of have to be left in the dust and forego all the new cards, which means for the European account, and probably the same is true for the Asian account, I don't think I'm gonna really be building crazy new decks or doing deck rebuilds on these accounts, because they would be deck rebuilds based around 10 card packs being opened. Like, here's our legendary, here's another legendary. Wow, got really lucky. Really lucky. Alright, golden legendary. So apparently you can get gold legendaries. But I'm about to do something incredibly stupid and silly with that, too. Like, it'd be nice to get one more legendary. So let's look at the new cards now, and let's be crazy. So now I have 3 Druid cards from WitchWood, 3 Hunter cards, 4, one of which is a legendary. I don't know how this card was actually going to play. I don't understand what the past means in this instance. Is it going to be a random legendary minion that you've never seen before, or is it a random legendary minion that you've already played? Because that seems like you would be unlikely to have played a legendary minion before you played that. So, replay every card from another class that you've played this game. Here's the deal. There's right now, I believe, nothing to disenchant. No duplicates. No extra dust. Why would there be? We only opened 7 packs. I have a small selection here of those cards. But if I disenchant this golden legendary, I get the most amount of dust you can ever get. Sure, it costs 3,200 dust to create it. And sure, this would be an interesting card to play. But I'm so desperate right now. I need that dust. So, let's do this. Missing. Well, not yet. Not yet. We're not to that point yet. We need to open the remaining 33 packs here of Classic. That's my decision. It could be the wrong decision. Maybe I should open 10 packs of Whispers of the Old Gods. Maybe I should open 10 packs of this and 10 packs of this. I mean, I guess we'll keep it interesting. 10 packs, Whispers of the Old Gods for 1,000. And 10 packs of Gadgetzan for 1,000. And CDs are leaving the shop soon, whereas Unguru is not, but we might as well just like take it. And that leaves us with three packs of this, and I know actually I have already bought 10 packs of Knights of the Frozen Throne, almost certainly. So then 3 packs of classic cards. So that gives us a variety. Because we're guaranteed to get a legendary for the first 10 packs of every expansion. So if for some reason I haven't purchased 10 packs of Whispers of the Old Gods, I'm making sure that I do that now. This works from the assumption that you're going to try to have a complete collection. A lot of new players probably shouldn't work from that assumption. A lot of players should say, forget Whisper of the Old Gods cards. They're all going to be wild cards pretty soon anyways. Let me just buy classic cards and the latest expansion. And that probably is the right move for a new player, particularly since most new players aren't certain that they're going to stick with Hearthstone for the years and years that it will take. I think I've been playing for probably 4 years now in Hearthstone, still don't have a complete collection. And the counter is on, and that pity counter may not be accurate, so you may very well see me open all 33 of these packs and not get a single legendary at all, which that would certainly suck, but we can hope. Or at the very least, what this could do is fill in some gaps. Yeah, I guess I am just playing the long game here, doing what I think is the right move. But the extremely long game would be to not touch any of the gold, because if you have a golden epic legendary card, or like a golden legendary card, and it gets nerfed, you would get a significant amount of dust. And that is what Criterion suggests, is to sit on all your cards and wait until they get nerfed to get the full value back. But that is a very, very long play strategy that makes you play with fewer cards, less options, in the short run, which means you won't have as nice of an experience. And if you're not having a nice experience in the short run, you probably won't stick with Hearthstone long enough for long play collection strategies. And of course the joke here is we're not even playing Hearthstone. Like, we're playing loot box the game, we're card pack opening the game. Like, so we're just getting cards. So those 10 did give me a legendary. I probably had already opened 10 Whisper of the Old Gods cards, so which probably means I've opened all of these, and this is a bad move. Now that animation is a little off-putting because it shows you gold every time, and you feel like you're going to get a legendary even though you don't. Again, particularly for mobile people, if these animations actually show like that on the mobile version, that's taking up people's space. And Hearthstone is an incredibly big download. Between, I believe, 800 and 1.6 gigabytes of space of just game data. There you go, Golden Epic. Still crossing my finger for legendaries, but getting a Golden Epic certainly will help me build more dust up too. I'll probably turn that Golden Epic into dust even if I don't have it. I'm definitely a lot more familiar with these older cards. I've seen them before. So I'm heavily gambling that the new cards don't somehow synergize in some way that I don't see. I did look at all the new cards, and this seems like this is one of the least synergistic expansions so far, or in the recent memory at least, with very little happening. It's not like Whisper of the Old Gods, where the only synergy and the only strategy in Whisper of the Old Gods was to pump up Cthulhu and play Cthulhu. Although we may find out that Rush and Echo is a very effective, more effective than I think it would be, as new key phrases. There's a couple other strategies that might appear, maybe, maybe not. And I guess I opened 10 card packs of that expansion too. Now it is possible to buy the older expansions once they leave the shop, but you have to do it either through the Activision Blizzard launcher or through the website. But you can buy it. You, however, can't buy it with regular gold. So, or at least as far as I can tell, you can't buy it with regular gold. Maybe they've changed that or fixed that. So it might cost you real world money to try to get some of these packs once they leave the shop, which again is probably a great argument to do what I'm doing right now. Now the Journey to Unguru cards, again, very interesting synergistic expansion. Not like WitchWood. And inherently, I don't even feel like WitchWood has a good story to it. Like, Journey to Unguru, on the face of it, you immediately know this is a Indiana Jones-esque adventure in a foresty region theme. WitchWood seems like it's just kind of, sort of, maybe a spooky forest theme. That's the best I can even get from it. Most of the cards just seem kind of random. We are getting epics, that's nice. I wonder if the Hearthstone playing audience would revolt against Blizzard having specific days in which you open card packs and you get better rewards. Like, I would be all for that. Like, open card packs today and you're guaranteed a legendary on your first card pack. Something like that. Well, what I'd ideally want is golden packs where you're guaranteed legendaries in all 5 of them. I would pay the equivalent of 25 packs to be guaranteed epics or higher. Hey, there is a legendary here, so maybe I hadn't opened 10 card packs for Journey to Unguru. Unguru, I believe, introduced the quest cards as a concept too. There really isn't a unique concept for WitchWood, or a new concept like that. Not there are some new concepts, they're just not as impactful. Let's cross our fingers and get really greedy and hope for yet another epic. Nope. No real surprise there. Okay. So that leaves us with no more gold and a lot to craft. So in opening these cards, we had 5 duplicate rares and 43 duplicate commons, which we can disenchant for another 315 dust or so. And then we can look at new and start looking at the cards. Is this all cards? Let's just make sure this is all cards. So a lot of cards here we only got 1 of, but that's fine. And we're looking at everything just to keep everything simple here. But now I have more options. Now I can build more decks. I'm going to go ahead and just disenchant this wild golden for another 100 dust. Let's see. Some of these are not getting marked off. There's been some bugs, particularly a bug where things are not getting marked off. This is wild now. Darn it. I like that card. I think a lot of my decks are going to become wild. So I may very well close the program and come back and have hundreds of cards still marked as new. There's some other bugs, certainly, that have been popping up with more frequency as they expand the cards more. So let's see how this is just jumping around and doing something that unexpected every time I disenchant a golden card. Let's see. Disenchant that one for another gold. A bit of gold. Yeah, it's skipping forward to the next tab every time I disenchant a card, when it should just be staying on the same page. A lot of cards still with only one copy. And that's why they're showing up as missing. And this epic will disenchant for another 400. And we'll just mark off the rest of these. And are we done now with the new cards? Yes. So then the question would be missing. And we'll just go ahead with common. Missing common, and then we'll filter to classic. We have no classic, we have no basic. It kind of would make sense to do this. With the dust, I could make the new expansion cards cheaply and make a bunch of these, or I could take the common part out of the calculation and just look at the missing classic cards in total. Which, of course, I could make one legendary. I probably wouldn't want to do that. I think I'm better off making the missing rare cards for classic than I am making common cards for WitchWood. So craft that. We'll just, I suppose, try to have a diversity play here. So we'll craft the ones that we don't even have one of, and then reevaluate and see if we can do better. I guess we're not doing too bad. It's not wearing down my amount by just 100. Again, remember that the classic cards don't just generally get put into the Hall of Fame. Only a few handpicked in this expansion. Only 3 cards went to the Hall of Fame. There's still quite a few that didn't. So I think what we'll have enough to come back and get the neutral cards replaced. Let's see, we have slightly less than enough, so we'll think about cards that I really want to play. That are neutral. I probably don't really care too much about this card. Take a second copy of this one. Take a second copy of this one. Take a second copy of this one, although I don't think I'll play it. Take this. And that is that. So I'd need 1, 2, 6, 10, 15, 18, 20, 24, 28, and 3,100 dust more just to get a complete collection on my European account as far as all the missing rare cards, let alone the vast swaths of epic cards and legendary cards that are still missing. But we've taken that step forward, and now it is not a laughable joke, at least, when I try to make classic standard decks where I just don't have cards at all. There have been daily quests that I've had to struggle with because I just didn't have Murlocs, I didn't have Pirates, I didn't have the cards at all to do the daily quest. We have a decent collection of cards now. It's not great, it's not complete, but it's a foundation that has taken months to get to as a new account. And we did a lot of that on the back of not buying a lot of other cards. Like not a lot of WitchWood cards. Really. Let's see. Like here's a golden one I could probably disenchant. Maybe I can find a little bit more. Golden all cards. Apparently. Let's see. I don't know if there's a phrase you can search. No. I guess you'd have to come out of crafting mode. But if you come out of crafting mode, then you can't see all golden cards. So I'm looking at all cards. These are probably all uncraftable goldens, basic cards. But there might be one golden somewhere that I missed. That might give me slightly more dust. To make slightly more cards. Slightly more classic cards. I could definitely understand, I guess that's it, people thinking like this has been sort of wasteful and kind of a silly thing to do, but it's very much a middle step that we had here. Let's go ahead and just craft this. There we go. Definitely a middle step that's going to have me, when I try to create a new deck, let's say I was going to try and make a major deck, I now have 28 of 30 of the classic cards, but I only have like 15 of 30 of the other recipes that it suggests. Before, I would have probably been closer to 20 cards out of the 30 cards necessary. Alright, so that's my European account with the strategy to turn gold cards into dust. Let's move over to the Asian account with the strategy of leaving all gold cards alone, which will make it pretty easy. I mean, all I have to do is decide, A, am I going to buy classic cards or regular cards? I'm probably going to buy classic cards, almost certainly. And B, am I going to turn any of the golden cards into dust? And since we already have that strategy, we know is alright. And because we're on the Asian account, people are messaging me. A lot of random people. I friended a lot of random people on the Asian account because, frankly, there aren't too many English-speaking people on this. So, let's do a little setup and see if there's anything marked as new right now. And we'll wipe that out. And this was our legendary, by the way, that you get the one legendary. And we got this from opening a card pack, I imagine, in the last stream. So, as far as WitchWood, the only WitchWood card we have is this. And my goal, I suppose, will be to... now, I'm really setting myself up for failure here because I now will have none of these decks built for tomorrow when I live stream. Like, no decks at all. So I'm going to have to decide to build some decks. At some point. Go ahead and delete all of these. Shame that there's not a faster way to do this. There we go. So we'll start off kind of easy and just open these. If I get a legendary in the first 7, that's great. That means I don't have to spend any of my gold to get any more of these. And then we'll split it in half again, and by half of how much gold we have for classic cards, and half of it will then be reevaluated. I probably do want to just double check and make sure I have 10 card packs for the at least 3 remaining soon to leave the store expansions. Of course, I may not get so lucky and I may not actually get a legendary in 7, but I will get a legendary in 10, so buying 3 extra packs of WitchWood's not a problem. And if I wanted to be really picky about it, I'd buy 1 card pack of WitchWood, open it, then buy another pack and open it. But there's quite a divide on the screen from when you buy it to when you open it. So you have to go into different menus. There's no direct button. There's a direct button to the shops, sure. But there's no direct button back from the shop to open card packs. So we'll just show the menu flow here. Those 7 didn't work. It immediately tosses me out. I have to hit the shop button. I say give me 1 WitchWood for 100. And how do I open that pack? I have to click out here. I have to come over here. I have to drag it over here. And there's our legendary. Double the attack and health of all minions in your hand. Which might be a cool card, but it's oddly a hunter card, so it doesn't synergize with several of the priest strategies that you might want to play with it. So I have, again, 67 packs. You divide that in half, you got 33 again. Be just to roughly cut it in half. No real surprise that the numbers are the same, because they've rigged it so that if you do all the daily quests, you'll get just about the same amount of gold in between each expansion. Let's go. Classic packs. And what we're looking for is the final legendary. If I get a legendary and then I open 30 packs and I don't get another legendary, it makes sense to continue going down that road, because that 50 pack pity timer is very close. But if I open 30 packs from here and get a legendary on the last pack, the pity timer resets and I can't afford to buy 50 more packs. And you have a better offer with potentially opening 10 packs for the other cards. Again, this will be a small step towards having a complete collection of classic cards, making it a lot easier to make reasonable, successful decks in standard. It certainly isn't. We've done nothing today really that is going to help wild decks, other than the fact that we may have opened a few packs for expansions that will be going to wild eventually. I can't imagine, without putting a lot of money into buying a lot of packs, I can't imagine ever getting the European or Asian account into a state where wild play makes sense. Also, the way the ranked works, particularly since they've changed the way ranked works to make it a little bit more difficult for the low-level ranked players, there's just not a real reason to play wild ranked, and have a split between standard decks and wild decks. And see, it's going to be this self-fulfilling prophecy with Activision Blizzard, because they're eventually just going to come out and say, well, less than 5% of all players play wild decks at all, and the reason for that will be obvious, is because they've done everything in their power to make it too difficult to play wild, and then they'll try to just remove wild and remove all the wild cards, which is ridiculous for a digital game to remove cards. But they kind of have to do it, because they're going to run out of ideas, and they're going to try to do what Magic the Gathering does very consistently. From what I hear, they replace a card with different artwork, a different name, but the exact same effects. Because there's really only so much you can add to a game like this before it gets incredibly complicated and unreasonable for a new player to want to play it. Let's see, 33 more would put this at 40. Let's see, yeah, 52. So I think we're getting close to the point. I'll have to think about the numbers again. I think we're getting close to the point. If we get a legendary now, we're probably not going to be able to get another legendary on top of that. And ideally, in the next expansion, I won't be opening 50 packs of classic cards for the European and Asian account, but there's a decent chance I still will be. Like, until you have close to a 100% collection of classic cards. Classic cards just have that higher value of being potentially playable forever versus being playable for a couple of years. But then the next expansion very well might be very good with some crazy cards in it that motivates me to open on the European and Asian accounts some of the new expansion cards. WitchWood was the exact opposite of that. Very anti-hyped. I'm very anti-hyped against this expansion. I don't really hate it. I'm just kind of blah, whatever. Alright, so now I have 34. If I was to buy 34, that would be 47. So I'm below that metric where I'm now no longer 100% guaranteed that I would get another legendary if I just bought all legendary, all classic cards. It took us too long to get to this legendary and reset that 50 card thing. So 46 packs could be purchased right now, and there would be 4 packs short of that 50 card timer. But I don't think we're going to do that anyways. I think we'll do what we did on the European account. That seemed to work pretty well. So I guess I'm not actually buying 50 packs for the classic cards. And here we can see one of my friends got a legendary. Peer pressure the game is implementing to try and get people to buy more card packs. Good thing I don't have a gambling personality, or perhaps more accurately, good thing I don't have enough money to implement my slightly latent gambling personality. Otherwise I would fall for a lot of these mental manipulations that these loot box games do. Almost certainly there's people out there that have spent hundreds if not thousands of dollars on Hearthstone, although maybe some of those were streamers that get money back. I could imagine Kriperian or Trump or Disguised Toast, any of them I could imagine any of them just spending $50 to do a card pack opening stream and then getting more than $50 in ad revenue because of it, in extra ad revenue. So we can cross our fingers, I guess, and see if we'll get another legendary in the last 5. The odds aren't amazingly high. Every now and then I don't quite drag the packs over as far as they need to be. And I've never figured out what key or whatever action you have to do to make them open in a linear line. I've seen people do screenshots of all the cards being in a line, so there's probably a fast open key, but if anybody knows what it is, let me know in the comments, because like I can't ever find it. It's not mentioned anywhere. And there was a thought of taking a screenshot if I got a really good card pack, and I did get a really good card pack, and I forgot to press the screenshot button. Darn it. Like, I could have probably tweeted that out. This might be a good one to get a screenshot on. There you go. So I'll hit print screen, and we'll tweet that out to Hearthstone and see what they've got to say about that. Alright, so first thing we do is disenchant all those duplicates. We had one duplicate epic 16 duplicate rares for 320. The 1 epic duplicate gives us 100. And 98 duplicate commons for 490. So we disenchant that. It gets us almost up to 2000 dust. And then we can just type in new, I suppose. And we'll just get rid of these golden ones. No, wait, I'm on my Asian account, so the rule is to keep the golden ones. So I'm going to follow that rule. I imagine we'll see a lot of cards that just have 1 copy. It's possible I could get rid of the cards that don't, like, you know, the game doesn't really help you with that, does it? If I have 2 copies of a golden card and I want to play only golden versions of the card, why doesn't it, like, seriously, why does it not automatically disenchant the classic versions and give me a small bit of dust then? Or in fact, why does it not give me some kind of bonus for having the golden versions? Why make me hold on to the redundant cards like this one, South Hand deck? I have 2 of these. Do I have 2 copies of the regular South Hand deck too? Probably. I guess we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, we filled it in a little bit. Let's see. If we go to classic cards and start here, like, I have 2 bytes, so why can't I disenchant this for 1 byte? Why does it not help me do that? Let's see, I only have that card. I have 2 of these, Mr. X, so why don't I do that? I have 2 of these, so why don't I do that for 5? I mean, it's not a lot of dust, certainly, but it's something. And so you're punished even more for having golden cards, because then you have to work within a unhelpful system. Let's see, we already have 2 of that. That makes you look through all of your cards. Let's see, and I didn't have Prophet Valen before. So, yeah. Tiny bits of dust. 5 dust for each one of these that I'm disenchanting. Let's see. Seems kind of ridiculous to do this. Very ridiculous to do this. But whatever, I guess my Asian account is also the only account that even has taken that first step to be a golden collection of cards. A lot of work here. A lot of extra work. Is there a key phrase I'm not aware of? Where I could see the cards that are golden and the non-golden equivalents on screen at the same time? And when I open more card packs, it's going to try and fill in those gaps. Absolutely. And that also means it won't even consider dusting things until you have a complete collection both in gold and not in gold. Let's keep on going. Let's see. That one's good. That one's can be disenchanted. That one can be disenchanted. And those all will show up on missing, so almost certainly I am going to almost certainly I'm going to accidentally craft them again. So this is really, really dumb, knowing myself. I'm just going to go ahead and craft some pirate cards and some Murloc cards because I know I'm going to need them. Let's see. I'm still missing a lot of cards in the classic. I kind of wish I had more. Okay. Well, I guess that leaves... what now? That leaves us to do what we did before, which is grab 10 packs of Nguru. Ooh. Oops. I believe because the Asian account has happened earlier, we've already lost the other cards. Like, Nguru is now the only one. Are there any new heroes, by the way, to purchase? Spend $10 on that, waste of money. Yep, for the Asian account, all I can do is get 10 packs for this, which I guess we'll do, and 10 packs for Knights of the Frozen Throne, which I guess we'll do, and then 10 packs for Kobolds and Catacombs, which I guess we'll do, and that leaves us with 4 packs that we can get Classic. But we missed out on a couple of packs that have already left the shop. I don't think I probably did miss out on them, but it is going to be different. At least we're getting a little bit of variety here. I guess the only better card pack opening you could get than a golden legendary would be a golden legendary and another legendary, or 2 golden legendaries, which sure I would take that, but it's not likely to happen. Like, how many of those cards that I just disenchanted am I replacing in these 4 packs of classic cards? Could be a nice collection of them. And you're just going to constantly have to do that. So, if you are going to try to have a golden collection, you're just going to have 4 copies of the card. That's the only real elastic amount of solution, is you're just going to have that overage. It's too much upkeep to, every time you open a card pack, go and disenchant the non-golden version of whatever golden card you might have gotten. Now, if there was some weird reason why I hadn't ever opened 10 Journey to Nguru packs, I'd get a legendary here. But I am getting a legendary here, so maybe I hadn't. And that is a rather nice card to get for a legendary. So, Now we're just hoping we get really lucky and in 8 card packs get another legendary. Or probably be more realistic to just hope for an epic or two. Epic cards often are as good, if not better, than some random legendaries anyways. So I also need to take that into consideration. Unfortunately, there's really no way to make a good winning deck just out of common cards. Because if there was, I could make common decks with classic cards, and then I'd be pretty well suited to get me at least up to rank 20 or 19 every month in rank play. And then I could try and adjust my gameplay in my decks to get me a little bit higher. Unlikely we'll get a legendary in the last 3 decks. Really. But we can hope. At least we're getting some Murlocs. I'll probably have to make some wild decks. And now that I'm looking at it, I don't know if I can justify playing standard on the European or Asian accounts with the new limitations of so many cards not being playable. I guess in the next card pack expansion, if I'm going to open 10 card packs, I guess I really don't need to, because there we go, we got a legendary from Knights of the Frozen Throne. So maybe we'll get lucky and get another one. Yeah, I guess I'm good to WitchWood now. So next card expansion, there's no reason to buy 10 packs of the old expansions other than just to keep things interesting. So if there was a reason, I probably should pre-purchase them a little bit earlier. That way we don't get confused with the timing of when they decide to remove cards from the shop. And it'll be a while before they remove anything. It'll be probably a year. I don't think they're planning. Somebody can say in the chat if they know differently, but I don't think they're planning on making any more card packs wild for this year. So 365 days or thereabout from now will be the next set or 2 that goes into wild. So we're safe to buy cards for at least a little bit. So as I play and live stream on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and get some more gold, I could buy more cards. Or if I'm playing, if I ever got it back to playing Arena, which Arena I guess still would work pretty well for this the European and Asian accounts, because I still don't have as many cards as I would like. But it takes a lot of time to play Arena, and I generally don't succeed very well on them. The daily quests often don't align well to playing Arena either. And since we spent all the gold, spending money on the Arena when you know you won't win back that gold is not a great decision. One more card pack. Can we get one more legendary? We've gotten a decent amount of epics, so I can't complain. But it would be nice if we had gotten 2. And now we move over to this. Man, I was getting used to that epic sound. I was getting like an epic almost every pack. Come on. Come on, legendary, and keep up the epics. I'm always a little confused why people like card pack opening videos, but they seem to be very popular, so I am not going to deny people what they want. But I don't know what people really want me to say, if they want me to say anything. This is an interesting legendary. Your opponent takes 2 turns, then you take 2 turns. And I assume it doesn't continue after those 4 turns, but I've never seen anybody actually play this card. Like, I don't know if people want me to be critical of the cards or focus on the cards or just open the cards and be done. So I particularly don't watch other people do card pack openings, but people like it. Look at that, 2 epics. That's pretty nice. Can we get one more legendary in the last 3? Probably not. I haven't been getting a lot of golden cards, but I've been getting a lot of epics, which is weird. But I guess that's what I prefer to get. One more card pack. No legendary. Oh well. Well, I certainly can't be upset with the cards I've gotten. Like, I got a decent amount. We have 1 extra epic and 14 extra rares and 76 extra commons, which equals 760 more dust, which then I suppose we need to just click new and click over here and then click all cards just to make sure. So 1 of those, each of those. Suppose I could do this right now. But every time I disenchant something, the numbers move around, the pages move around because of a glitch. Let's see. I could disenchant this for 400. No real reason to. At least not an immediately obvious reason. I mostly didn't get gold cards. So we're getting a smattering of new cards. Which, particularly in the neutral field, will help me create better decks. What is this one? Hungry, eaten. Alright. So, if we type in missing and then common, we've definitely got a lot of missing common cards. If we go to classic, though there's only 1, so we'll craft that. And I guess you'd want to go for WitchWood here and go for a diversity spread of, shouldn't start with this, I should start with the neutral ones. Expand out as many of these as we can. since we only opened a very small amount of packs for WitchWood, getting some varied new cards. There's no reward or anything for getting a certain number of cards in your collection, which kind of sucks. Like, it feels like you should be rewarded for having 100 different kinds of cards, 1,000 different kinds of cards in your collection. Here's some extra dust because you did this thing, because you like diverse decks and not just very limited collections of the cards. That would particularly help reward players that don't have good cards but ended up with a bunch of bad cards. Let's see. And let's I guess then what I want to do is go to Kobolds and see if there's anything we're missing here with Kobolds. But I don't think I can afford to make 2. So I can only have like 1 of every card. And it doesn't feel like by crafting 1 of a card you unlock it or open the doorway, increasing the odds of you getting the second of that card. Next card pack you open, it seems like it's just still very much random. Let's keep on playing. A lot of Unguru cards that I might still play. More variety. That's what we're searching for. Is more variety. Like, I may get a daily quest to play elementals, so having 1 more elemental makes sense. Or 2 more elementals. Alright, and that's Unguru. And then that leaves you with classic. And basic cards wouldn't be missing. I guess you have to assume that you're giving up on all the wild cards and you're not going to try and craft any more of those. So that just leaves me like 25 dust to, let's say, make a second copy of this. Nope, can't even make a second copy. Wow. Last bit of dust was just to do that. Alright. So let's take a look. We're on WitchWood. We don't have a great collection, but we have a pretty good collection considering we only opened 7 card packs. We ended up with 2 legendaries, and it looks about like 3 cards per class. Elsewise, 3 or 4. Which is helpful in a different way that I hadn't even considered until this point. But there are daily quests to play like all Warlock cards. So if we continue in the new daily quests to have quests like that, now that I have more Warlock cards, I have more of an option to fill up 30 decks like that. Generally speaking, though, if I do have a daily quest to play all Warlock cards, I can do it in Wild pretty easily. There's almost certainly more than 30 Druid cards that I have. Maybe even more. Maybe 30 Druid cards alone in Classic. Our Classic collection took another step. Like, it took a big step to being a full and complete classic collection, and that's really all we need it to be. Well, that's how I want it to be. So now there's a very good chance I can make a classic collection only deck, and it will be copy and pasteable between my America's account that has a lot of cards and my European account and Asian accounts that don't have a lot of cards. Also, things like pirates and murlocs should be mostly satisfied from the classic collection. Let's just cross our fingers that they don't decide to put a ton of cards from classic into the Hall of Fame. So that's gonna be it for this card pack opening video. I'm going to read the comments and respond to them if you're watching live, but if you're watching this pre-recorded, that's it. Feel free to leave your own comments down below if you're watching it pre-recorded or live, either way. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos, because all of that helps me out with YouTube. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Links to Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, Google+, Steam, and Battle.net. If you want to support me even more than doing all of that, friend me on Steam and gift me either a game or a gift card. If you gift me a game, almost 100% chance I will cover it early and quickly. Quicker than most games I cover. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Okay, I'm looking at the chat now. Let's comment on this. Tragic Master came on early at 6:38. He said, nice Countess Ashmore and good game Glass Knight. Septon Citra Kusama said, nice dude. Tragic Master then said, missing rare is my vote, and smiley face, and then Wild Pyro. And then Tragic Master said, good game crafts. Tragic Master said, golden epic, golden rare, golden common is how I search for them. So many basics to look past. Brandon Holburton came on around 8:05 and he said 8th pack 2 legends. Tragic Master said Bloodhoof Karen, nice one, smiley face. Brandon says you'll get 2 more. ULL, I guess that means you will get 2 more. And apparently spacebar is how you open them. The quick pack move is spacebar, says Brandon and Tragic Master spacebar. They're all talking about it. And then at 8:09, Tragic Master said, tweet this, smiley face, yes. Hello. Brandon came on at 8:13 and said, because you're playing a card game, people want to collect and Blizzard wants money. That was probably a answer to a kind of obvious question I asked. Tragic Master says, I play Arena for 6 weeks after a new set to grind for packs. Grind packs for cards I missed. Then I spend the next 6 weeks saving all the gold for the next incoming set. And then he corrected the spelling because he missed the N there. Let's see. And then the last comment at 8:33, just a few minutes ago, is Tragic Master said you can buy wild packs from the Blizzard store. Not in game though. And I know you can do that. I'm just not 100% sure if you can do it with gold. So, all in all, a good card packing opening, but now it's time to turn on Hearthstone deck tracker and see if it will not crash. Let's see, if I come over to the shop and click on Hearthstone, and let's say I wanted the wild only deck of the grand tournament, and then I click on it. Yeah, you can only buy it with real money. So that's asking a lot. That is asking quite a lot. All tables are full, less than a minute. Thanks, Hearthstone. Why don't you turn up your servers when you put out a new expansion? Because this happens every time there's a new expansion, and let's face it, I'm not even early to the game. I'm extremely late. Extremely late. So, if I'd been awake and ready to stream at noon when this probably started, I probably wouldn't have even gone in. Or chance of it, at least. Alright. So, I think if I go here, my Hearthstone deck tracker will get its new updated collection. And let's mark these off as new. And before we start this episode, let's go to Hearthstone deck tracker, its main interface that I don't show people because I just don't have it set up. And let's just go ahead and archive, like deck, archive, deck. Let's see what's the best way to do this. Archive. There's all kinds of brawl decks and all kinds of random decks in here. Archive. There's way too many. Let's see if I can hold Control Shift and select multiple decks at once. No. I can't. Alright. Archive. Okay. Archive. So many decks to archive. But I kind of need to do them right now and archive them all because I want a nice clean setup for all these new decks, which I guess I am completely abandoning all of the decks that I have been playing. I've deleted them all and didn't particularly bat an eye at doing that, but that is mostly because of hsreplay.net's integration into Hearthstone deck tracker, and it's going to very quickly allow me to make some new decks. So I'm gonna make 9 episodes, and each one will be for each class. So the first class, I will want just a default what's the best deck that hsreplay.net says I can make, and what is the best deck that I can build from scratch, and then we'll compare and contrast, and we'll have HS Replay's deck already built in there. And I assume we're going for standard decks even on my main account, and I'm just going to make 9 deck rebuilds on my main account, and then I'm going to leave 9 empty spots on my European and Asian account, just to see how that fills up over time as we need daily quests done. So I'll use HS Replay to rebuild all of those decks. I also have to be very careful to not wear out my voice because we do have a stream tomorrow, but I guess this will be the end of the new expansion footage. There's nothing new to do until those beast hunt modes, whatever they were going to be, happen. Like, I suppose once the beast hunt modes come out, if they do come out for this expansion and not the next one, those would be something extra to do. But then we're just back to regular playing Hearthstone, getting gold, trying to win. Hopefully we'll get an influx of noobs. And man, I'm on C. This is gonna take forever. Is there not a key to archive where I could do this a little bit faster? New deck. What's the hotkey for archive? Let's see, decks. No, that doesn't work. Let's see what happens when I just hit A on this. Let's see, Alt A, Control A. Hey, Control A works good. Archive. All archived. And now log in. Log in. Alright. So let's see what we're seeing here. Our first deck will be a druid deck, so I need the best druid deck that they reply. Decks. Alright, how do we get there? Find the best decks for your collection. No decks find. Reset filters. Alright. Druid deck. And my collection to the current season, to the WitchWood, to all regions. Can I limit it to a specific region? Okay, yeah, it's looking at my Americas account. There we go. So, best I can do, it says, is hand druid with a 50. Well, what's the win rate? No, sort by the win rate. Yeah, spiteful druid, which has a, let's see, a good thing. All right, now how do we copy this? Copy to Hearthstone. There we go. And new deck. And yes. Hmm. Come on, seriously? Why are you telling me I could build this deck if I couldn't build this deck? I'm missing 4 of these cards. That's not what I meant. Let's try that again. There was something I missed there. I'm new to this. Reset all filters. Druid. And cards. Limit to my collection. There you go. How is this supposed to go? My decks here. My cards. I replay. That's like discover. Come on, game. This worked once. Limit to my collection. So apparently, maybe I have to have a deck created first before. Look at that. 30 classic druid. I'll just in that, exit that, enter here, and done. And let's see. Hearthstone deck tracker. Import from constructed. Enter the play menu. Okay, that might be what I need to do. No new decks found. There we go. Let's try this again. Set filters. Limit to my collection. Settings. Find the best data for your collection. Updated 0 minutes ago. Spend all of your dust. Spend all of my dust. Give me a druid. Any druid. Reset all filters. Druid. Limit to my collection. I guess don't limit to my collection. Last data last updated 23 minutes ago. So we've got this hand druid. Let's see if this deck could be built. Otherwise, this is just not going to work. I think the website might just be poorly. Well, I guess that works. Why am I? No, it didn't work. Alright. Well, so much for using HS Replay to do deck rebuilds. Seems like their website's just not working the way. Just doesn't seem like it's working the way it should be. Oh, let me look back at the chat. Check. Tragic Master said you can buy wild card packs from the Blizzard store, not in game though. Win 5 for 100, nice. Not win 7 anymore. That is certainly, yep. These new things are a little bit more generous now. So let me hit a timestamp and let's start with this next recording. Hey everybody, this is Rydo. The new expansion for Hearthstone, the WitchWood, is here. We've purchased cards, we've looked at cards. There's a playlist on my channel that will be updated soon with all of those videos and this video and future videos pertaining to the WitchWood. The one thing we haven't done is make any decks. So it's time for a Druid deck rebuild. Uncertain how much of the new cards will be spent into it versus old cards. Like, this is on my America's account, which has the most collection of cards. I could do all 30 of the classic cards. I can do all 25 out of 30 of this recipe Out of the Woods, and 27 out of 30 in this account, Victory at Hand. So these are both seem like they are WitchWood recipes, but I'm here to do a custom one. Now, it's not working right now, but Hearthstone Deck Tracker, in conjunction with the website hsreplay.net, is supposed to tell me what their much larger group of statistics suggest I should build as far as the best deck. I've gotten it to work previously, and it worked very well to give me a good deck that was designed to work in ranked and win, which isn't always what I'm trying to do in decks. Sometimes I'm just trying to do daily quests, but we'll deal with those later. So I want to start from scratch and build something that is unique in mine, something I can call my own. Now, of the cards that were available, we only got 6 of them, which is alright, I suppose, specifically for Druid. So we could add 3 2/2 Trents to your hand with the Witchwood Apple for 2 mana. But then for some amount of mana, you're going to have to play those cards. We have a choose 1 creature, which there's a legendary creature that would synergize with this and not make you actually choose one. It does both of them. There's draw a card and gain armor for each card in your hand. This is probably a fine card to play. Summon a random friendly beast that died this game, and at the end of your turn both players draw a card. There was a Druid Helper deck, so I guess maybe I should start with that more than anything else. Come to think of it. So, because I'm a YouTuber, there's a deck that I try to make called the Druid Helper. So when people want to play me and they need to, say, draw or play cards, with the Druid, you can actually do that. Let's see. This would then have to be converted into a wild deck, and then we will draw cards and mana crystal cards. So we'll start with the mana crystal cards. Are the two key things around this. The results found in others. Yes, all cards. So the idea is to give mana crystals over to give each player a mana crystal, for example. That's what you want. Not particularly needing to give just yourself a mana crystal, but giving both players or yourself. Let's see. And drawing more cards certainly would be helpful too. Something like this, not helpful in a helper deck. It's the exact opposite. We can certainly play that in a helper. We play that in a helper. And then that's probably all we want to do. Because then we want to see if we have cards that will make them draw. And then we would want destroy a minion, your opponent draws 2 cards. The other thing we'd want is heal cards. And the panda, he works too. It works quite well. Like, this is probably a good one to play. Let's see. Looking for things that would make your opponent draw a card, not you. At the start of your opponent's turn, there's a 50% chance to draw an extra card, so you put that in there. What's funny about the Druid Helper deck is it also can mill a player quite effectively, and if you combine it with something like the Daring Reporter that gets +1/+1 every time they draw a card, you actually can you can cause a weird thing happen. You can potentially win. Let's play that. Here's a new card. Draw the lowest minion from your deck. Which there's potentially a strategy there. I'm not exactly sure what the strategy would be, though. Let's see. This one, and then I don't think I can actually type in panda because I don't think it's actually what it is. It's like Cho. Here he is. Lowaka Cho, yeah. He's the one we want. And then we want heal cards. Store 5 to an enemy hero. Let's look at this starting here. There's 7 more cards we can have. Take these 2. There's a better card out there, but I don't think I have it, that would restore both players to 30 health. Just keep on looking. There's a couple of heal cards. And they probably need to be heal spells. But we'll take this. And we'll take this. And then we'll come back and look for some more heal spells. Take those two, and we only have one more card to play. Of course, this isn't really a strategy deck. It's just like not what you want to win. This is specifically do I really not have any other heal? Alright, well then I guess we'll take this. And that's the Druid Helper. New version of the Druid Helper. Almost certainly not going to win. Designed really around making the other player draw cards and helping them do that. So let's start with a new deck for Druid and get back to where we were in the start of this. We were looking at WitchWood standard cards because we're going to play standard. We need to see, I guess, beasts. Like, does it make sense to do a beast deck? Does it make sense to do a choose one deck? Does it make sense to do Trent decks? Does it make sense to do taunt decks? This, and like these two cards are the only ones I think that even really. No, these three cards. This one makes you draw and gives you armor for each card in your hand. This one makes you draw. This one gives you extra health because you drew. Like, that's a lot. So, how many beasts could be played, and is it the right thing to do? Witching Hour. See, we got one beast, two beasts, three beasts, four beasts. Doesn't seem too interesting. I do have plenty of neutral beasts, and I would say probably most beasts are neutral beasts in the first place. And it didn't seem like we've lost too many of those. This beast really is, like, I guess we could look at the neutral beasts specifically in WitchWood and see if they're adding anything. Lose 1 health for each card in your opponent's health, and if you're holding a dragon, no. If this is the only minion on the battlefield, gain +3/+3. Like, unlikely that'd be the case. On the 4th turn, deal 3 damage to enemy hero. We restore hit 3 here. Lifesteal and rush. So yeah, there's a couple of beasts that make sense. On the other hand, if we look at choose as a keyword, let's see, and let's see where we are on that. There's this legendary, nope, not that legendary, not that one, not that one. He's like a 4-mana legendary, isn't he? Where is he? I knew I had this card. Is he a wild? Where's this card that I'm looking for? This one's wild. That makes it less likely you would want to do a choose one deck. Here we are. So your choose one cards and powers have both effects combined. So yeah, no reason to do a choose one deck if you're going to play standard. So that knocks that out of contention. Then I guess we would just look at draw, and we've already kind of looked at draw. But is there a real reason why I would want to do draw? I think they probably realized that it was a bad idea to do choose one effects combined in standard play. Nope, so it has to be beast. That's where we're going with this. I mean, let's double check on the WitchWood cards we have. I mean, we didn't look at Trents, I guess. No reason for them to really have even added this card with the choose one. Like, clearly now you know this card is only for wild play. So yeah, it's got to be beast. That's what they want you to do, unless it's Trent, which I don't think it is. Is that? Yep. If we look at all the cards that are Trent, summon a 2/2 Trent, summon 3 2/2 Trents, summon some Trents, yeah. There's nothing there. It's beast. That's the only synergy, really. Alright. So what specific things? Summon a random friendly beast that died this game. Fair enough. Recruit 2 minions that cost 4 or less. We'll try that, I guess. Adapt. And this. Also, was there this? Summon 5 or more, 5 or 5 or more attack. Like, that is also something to consider. And like these quest cards and these hero replacement cards, if I've got them, that they might make sense even if they don't fully make sense. And swipe is almost certainly still going to be in the game. Maybe we don't play Spreading Plague. Let's see, summon 2 poisonous, or summon 2 this. Let's see, take that while we've got it. While we're at it, let's ask, do we want Prince Malchezaar in here? Probably. We probably want him in... oh, is Prince Malchezaar now wild? Yes, he is. Okay, so you can't play Prince Malchezaar. That's a shame, because that really was a helpful card for new players. Alright, so we're back to beasts, I guess. Beasts. Since we know there's no spells. Beast with charge for 1/1. Or a beast that's a 2/1 and deals 1 damage to each other, which is probably a little bit better. Do I need this? Probably not. A Wind Fury or a Lifesteal. You know, playing this on the first turn is probably a little unlikely. But I'll throw them in here. Adapting. We're gonna definitely avoid a lot of these. And maybe we'll put Reno Jackson in here and take something out. Well, what we're not doing is we're not accomplishing this quest, so we can take that out. Do we need Stealth Poisonous? Do we need Lifesteal Rush? Let's try to get rid of... I guess we're going for variety here, aren't we? So just no duplicates at all. This will be interesting. Let's see. Divine Shield Poisonous for 3, not a terrible idea. King Mukla as a beast. Give your opponent 2 bananas. Not sure that would be the one I'd want to play. We'll throw it in there for the moment. That one, certainly we want. Take that one. If you're holding a dragon, that would never activate. You can only target this with your spells and hero powers. Not really necessary. Take one of these. We'll try that out. Oh, whatever this takes damage, deal 3 to your hero. Take that one. This one. This one. This one. Cost 1 less whenever a minion dies in your hand. We'll take that. Take that. The beast. Probably not. No. Maybe that. We didn't get any of the cards that would benefit from having Reno Jackson. Apparently is a wild card too. So no more playing Reno Jackson. Well, I guess strategies are changing on standard, aren't they? Yeah, there was cards out there that would have benefited from playing playing only one of each card, but I guess I could look in for the key phrase duplicate. Let's see. Is there nothing? Like, there's only one card if your card has no duplicates. Yeah, only Reno Jackson. Or maybe if I went into crafting mode. Perhaps. Nope. Maybe if I went into wild and crafting mode. Okay. So there's only one card that benefits from that. Let's take one of these. And we've got a deck here that is full of beasts. And I think I can take that one out and take this instead. And almost certainly these cards aren't the best. But it is a good beast deck. And if there was, I think there will still be a daily quest of playing beasts. It's also a good deck to play characters that are 5+, and that's kind of all it does. So for 2 daily quests, this kind of works. Let's give it a try. 1 experimental play of ranked play in the Year of the Raven. I'll probably get knocked down and lose a star, but that's alright. So my daily quests today are to win 10 victories, and also, so we've got the Hearthstone deck tracker. And of course, if I build a deck with 30 unique cards for really no reason at all, clearly some of these cards would be better than others. It's incredibly squished. Let's keep the new cards and play the old, and get rid of the old ones for fun. So there's definitely, just for visual reasons, a reason to want to double up. Alright. Play this. End the turn. This will give you this will reduce the cost of minions in my deck to 0, which I guess theoretically would be really cool. Go ahead and play this. That looks like that might have been a new explanation too. We didn't get the WitchWood play area, but we'll probably see it in these deck rebuilds. Now, I haven't been super excited about the new cards in the WitchWood expansion, and this deck rebuild certainly points that out. It's not much, really. It's just play beasts. Now, if I get a daily quest that says play 25 beasts, I could probably do it in one game. That'll save me a little bit of time. I probably should be pretty excited about anything that might save me some time. Let's see. This is the only minion in the battlefield. Oh, so actually this would never work, because it has to be the only minion on both sides. This is a horrible card. Like, just downright awful. Although this card seems like it almost works rather well against most players who are going to play most of their cards by the 5th turn. Like, this is going to be a 3/9. Like, that's not too bad at all. If only I had a spell damage +1, so the swipe would kill more people. It's playing a lot of spells. And this costs less whenever a minion dies while this is in your hand. So I potentially am going to kill a couple more minions here. So we swipe. That makes this free. That allows me to play this. Let's go ahead and do this too. Is there really a reason to play the Snow Flipper Penguin? Probably not. You're gonna have a a lot of extra mana. Although it would help with this. Let's see. Battlecry adapt and then adapt. We'll see. Wind Fury and stealth until next turn. That is the first 5. This is a new card. Whenever you draw a card, it gains +1/+1. I could see building a deck around that very efficiently. Let's go ahead and do this, and then this, and then attack, and then attack. Here's the problem though, he's going to be able to kill this, but he won't be able to kill this, or this. Interesting. Well, actually he will be able to attack this. Depends on how much they want to protect this card, because if they don't protect this card with the poison attack by using a Fire Blast, Pyroblast, Fire Blast on it and then attacking with this guy, it's not going to work. Well, they found a way. Alright. Lifesteal, Wind Fury, attack. It's really a race. It's playing a lot of spells. And see, playing a card like this works right into that mage meta deck of playing Sorcerer Apprentice. Because you've got to draw cards to get Sorcerer Apprentices. You've got to do the Archmage Archidonus card. You have to draw for that too. I'm for the most part happy with this deck, even though it's not going to win. Yeah, but this might be a spooky omen towards the way things are going to go going forward. Like, I may build these new decks and they may be up against some new and crazy standard gameplay. So seemed like a mostly fair loss. Let's go back now and make some changes though. Like, let's start at the top. What do I not want? Recruit 2 minions that cost 4 or less. Can't attack heroes this turn, but it has charge. Battlecry. Replacement hero. I do want that. That worked rather well. That worked rather well. Adapt. That worked. That worked. I get rid of that. This one. And we'll take a second swipe. We'll get rid of this one. And we'll take a second one of these. By the way, you can right click on this stuff. It's like, do I have a second witching hour card? Yes, I do. So let's get rid of this one and this one And this one. And that one. And that one. Alright. Get rid of it. Add 2 of these. Add 1 of those. Add another owl. Add another grizzly. Add another Flappy Bird. And so we need to make room. I'll get rid of this because I don't like it. I don't think it would work. Let's get rid of that one. Add another witching hour back. Let's see. Do I want another one of those? Or was I trying to make room for something else? I think I'm pretty happy with that deck. I'm not gonna try it out. As far as all standard cards go, there's it would be just ignoring the new changes to make any other deck. We've considered the new cards that we collected and added to our collection. The only other thing I guess I could do would be to try and look at all the cards for Druid and play some like classic. I mean, why not just play Jade Druid if you're going to do that though? Play some classic like meta proven to win deck, or do something really crazy. And there's not enough crazy here to make a wild deck. Just this one card and Reno and Prince Malchezaar, like those things, we've played them so many times now. I'm willing to say good riddance to Reno Jackson and Prince Malchezaar at this point. So that's gonna be it for this recording for the Druid deck rebuild. Next up would be, what is it? Hunter? Yep, Hunter deck rebuild. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. If you want to support me even further than that, friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. Also, when you subscribe, please click that notification bell, even if you don't think you need to. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Let's see. Tragic Master said, dragon that has death rattle give your opponents 2 coins would be nice. Yeah, that would be cool. Although, I really wouldn't be the one to suggest they make any more dragon cards until they have some kind of crazy synergy with dragon cards. Like, I'd be fine if there were some magic cards that they added that said all dragons get +3 health or +3 attack or something like that. Something that starts to make some sense with it. Some kind of synergy. Even like a quest to play 5 dragons to summon dragons or something. Like there's one card I think that will summon all the dragons that died during the game, and that sort of makes sense. But beyond that, I'm still very confused by dragons. Alright, back to deck rebuilds. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and the new expansion for Hearthstone, the WitchWood, is here, and it's time for deck rebuilds. Last time we were able to figure out a beast and 5 mana or more deck for 2 quests, 2 daily quests that I assume we're going to get with the new daily quest, and we were able to make our general Druid helper deck that is used to help other people who want to show off their decks, draw more cards, have more mana crystals, and just play faster. It's designed around speeding up play, not really winning. This time we're going to do hunter decks, so I guess we start with a new deck. The hunter class standard. I have enough cards to do classic hunter, all of them. I think I'm pretty close to a complete collection on classic cards, but the I Hunt Alone recipe is still missing 3 cards, and the Dragons in the Swamp, which I imagine is the newest expansion, the Witchwood recipe, I'm missing 3 or 2. Also, let's see. I'm not sure about playing dragons, and even this recipe doesn't seem like it has too many dragons. And they want me to have this epic, which Primordial Drake is something you probably want to try kind of hard to have 2 of, and one of the few dragons that's actually useful. But let's start with simple things. Let's figure out what the new cards do that we got. We have Echo as a new ability, so we haven't tried that. And it's a beast. So I imagine for the hunter, we're going to make a beast deck again. It's kind of a shame. We have a secret. After your opponent plays 3 cards in turn, summon a 6/6 rat. Nobody has had a secret like this before, so we'd want to try that out. Stealth, each turn this is in your hand, your attack and health is swapped. Unless I can find some reason to play cards like this, I don't think I'd ever play them. Dire Frenzy, give a beast +3/+3, shuffle 3 copies into your deck with +3/+3. That seems like a really good thing. And then there's this legendary that your other minions have Rush. Rush is not as good as Charge, but pretty good. It's kind of weird though, there's already a beast that gives beast charge, so this is like a less effective version of that. Deal 4 damage to a minion if the minion died. If a minion died this turn, this costs 1. Almost certainly a minion will die in a turn if you're playing beast. If a minion died this turn, gain poisonous. That's a dragon I can play. Poisonous and Rush, very useful but kind of expensive. And then that just leaves us with the new neutral cards, which, I mean, I guess I haven't spent enough time looking at the neutral cards when I did the Druid deck rebuild, so it might be very much the case that there is a neutral deck that you can build for every character class. That would be crazy, certainly. If there was just neutral decks with no class specific cards and it beat all the class specific decks, and you could just play it with all 9 of the character classes. That would be a sad statement on class specific cards and class hero abilities. Alright. So we got something with Rush, but we're mostly doing beasts, and I don't see how you get too far away from this. It's like you still do misdirection, you still do explosive. Let's say we don't do freezing trap anymore. Let's say you don't do snipe. You still do this. You do this. You still do this. And that's already leaving me with 6 Take 2 of those. That leaves me with 4. And see, there was a druid card that would have resurrected a random beast that died. That would have been very useful. So here's the Tundra Rhino. Your beasts have charge. Compare that to this. It's slightly cheaper for slightly 1 more health, 1 more attack, and then rush. So I suppose this is supposed to be the replacement. We need to figure out what we're going to get rid of, though. Let's get rid of one of those. I guess anything that's not a beast. So get rid of the dragon. See, the dragon didn't stay. Summon an animal companion or 2 if your deck has no minions. What is this? Like, has this card been changed? I thought it summoned all 3 animal companions. What happened to the card that summoned all 3 animal companions? Maybe it's wild now. Also, 1 cost minions, you can't play that. Your other beasts are +1, +1. Let's get rid of that and put one of those in. And I don't think there's a weapon that gains durability every time a secret is revealed, is there? Yes, there is. That is that bow. So. What do we get rid of? Seems like I'm doing a lot of what I did before. Playing the new cards and ending up with 30 unique cards instead of duplicating, which, you know what, we'll try it. We'll try it that way, even though that's silly and almost certainly not how it's going to be at the end. So I gotta know about this card. So let's go to wild. To my side. Here it is. Call of the Wild. Summon all 3 companions for 9 mana is wild. To my side is 6. It's a cheaper version of that and it's not wild. Okay. Good to know. So, neutral cards now. Is there really any reason why I would want to play Murlocs with the Hunter? Not really, other than the Hunter's ability. Did we also lose the character that allows you to use your Hunter's ability on minions? The Sniper? That'd be hard to find him without knowing his exact name. Let's see. Let's see if we can just type in snipe. Yeah, it's not the name of it. Okay. Let's see. Hero. Well, Brave Archers come and gone. Some of these cards I remember when they came out, and now they're gone. Like, maybe you have to type in target. Well, I can't even figure out the name, so somebody's gonna have to tell me in the chat what was the character that gave you the ability to target your hero ability of the hunter. Moving on, I suppose now we'll just look at the WitchWood neutral cards, I guess. And what would specifically be helpful with a hunter? Like, here's a card that I guess I overlooked that might have worked pretty well with the druid. After your hero's attacks, give this minion +1/+1. Yeah, that would have worked rather well on the druid. Why did I not put it in there? Because I didn't even see it, I'm sure. Deal 3 damage. Just throw in some beasts. If you're holding a dragon, we probably wouldn't be holding a dragon. See, these are just going to be minions, so we kind of know. We kind of know what we're doing. Destroy all other minions with 2 or less attack. Like, ooh, I guess that would be useful. Yeah, I think I'm gonna find out that I missed some things. What I'm not seeing is any reason why you'd want these attacker health swappers with the hunter. 8 mana, 8/8 that restores 8 to your health is probably a pretty good card also. Trying to think. Well, yeah, it doesn't feel like there's much of a change here, and that's not super surprising. All of these WitchWood cards are just gap fillers. They will make current existing decks slightly different, maybe a little bit better, but there's nothing here. It's changing the gameplay drastically. And the fact that so many cards that I remember specifically have now gone into Wild just means that the gameplay should get a little bit less random and less crazy. On top of that, I don't know if there's really reason to make another hunter deck. Like, you could, like, we can call this secrets, and it does play to secrets, but it's not a full deck just built around secrets. Like, so, and I wouldn't want to make a beast deck. So if I was gonna try and make a second secrets deck, like, I could do a lot better. Just all of these right up front. There's plenty of them. And ooh, this is an interesting card. Destroy all enemy secrets. Like, let's convert this to wild. Put a secret from your battlefields. Take control of a random enemy secret. If you control a secret, gain +1/+1. Restore 4 health. Destroy all enemy secrets, gain +1/+1 for each. And I'm gonna have to get rid of things just to put more secrets in. Like half of these secrets are gone. Like I may very well have to only have one of each secret. I'm missing one hidden cache and 2 of those to make secrets free, and that fills up our field. See, and this feels like more of a crazy thing than anything else. There, get rid of flares. Talk about a strategy that would only work. Like this almost certainly is guaranteed to fail. And what else would you even want to do in Wild? Just play beasts. Play the same old beasts you've always played. Like, I almost certainly am gonna come back and delete this secret deck later on. Like, things just didn't change. And when I'm in Wild, I guess the alley cat is not playable anymore either. Wow, so many cards. So many good cards not playable anymore. Crazy. Well, let's give our standard secrets deck a play and try it. See what happens. I doubt there's too much there. Like, really, these are just gonna be experiments in playing the new cards just to play the new cards, just because they're new and shiny and pretty, and nothing else. Like, so for that reason, I'll get rid of the two old cards, and we'll see what happens here. I seriously doubt I'm gonna win. It's just the standard strategy that everybody's played. And see, that's not great. If Hearthstone is gonna start pushing all the standard people to play towards the same strategy over and over again, if all hunters are gonna be built around summoning beast as fast as possible, that takes some of the variety out of it. I guess it makes it a little bit easier to know what your competition is going to do, but that's going to make playing Hearthstone very, very boring. Okay, we do this and this, and then the turn. Hmm. So, if a minion died this turn, it's cost 1 less. So, I don't feel like this should be it. Played right then and there. Let's go ahead and just end the turn. And so, you see he plays an elemental, you pretty much well know that what he's doing. He's playing elemental mage. Okay. So we'll go ahead and kill this, so we can then play this. So we can do this, this, and this, and end the turn. Let's see, these have charge, and they're 1 mana. So if I gave this +3/+3 and shuffle 3 +3/+3s into it, that is quite great. This would also work nicely with Alley Cat. If you're playing wild, it would work with any cheap charge minion, I suppose. So, do that. And just keep attacking, I guess. I guess I'm fine. I'd like to play this on this and see what happens when you double it up. Would that make 8 7s in the deck? 3 8/7s on top of 3 4 4s? Well, so I guess it would be a 7/7 because this is giving it +1 attack. This was lose 1 health for each. Alright, so what happens when I do this and then this? Well, this is working quite well. Destroy all minions with 2 or less attack. So I have like 5 hounds in my deck now. Alright, we get to use Echo. Let's see how this works. Echo, and then you get another one. Let's see. If this died, gain poisonous. Sure. Let's do this. And then this. And can't do this, so I guess at the end of the turn this will disappear. That's how I figured it would work. So you can play an Echo card and then play a different card if there's gonna be some weird reason why that would be helpful. Like, and it might be helpful in a weird instance or two. Here's the guy that would be useful. Destroy all other minions with 2 or less attack. Well, it's a shame this isn't gonna work for everybody. Go ahead and just use our hero power. Think we're gonna get victory here. Now I'll probably lose because of just how that system works. Let's see, this and this, and let's go ahead and kill that, and then do that and that. Still feel like I'll lose. Mostly because I just played all my cards. I guess he's gonna lose because he's taking his time. So he's either counting how to win and do 21 damage in this turn, or he knows he's lost, or is deciding that he's lost. But see, every beast he kills is only gonna make it worse on him. One victory, nice. So let's go back to, after trying it out once, let's go back here and see what do we like and what do we don't like. One of the things that I'm probably not going to like too much is just like, do I need kill command? I definitely want 2 of those. We never saw this card in play, so we're not sure. We didn't see that in play. This I think works. This possibly works too. Maybe not do this one. Yeah. And drawing cards actually is a good idea, so let's put one of those back in. And maybe not have such an expensive, like, everything else here works. We've hit a level, certainly, with these cards, because you can only have 30 cards, that you can make a pretty good deck and not really even have problems with it. So I'm thinking to myself that, like, maybe I should just... It'd be nice if you could do 60 cards, if they had a different, I don't know, league, I guess you'd call it. Like, this looks fine. And so I'm just gonna live with this deck. It worked. I made one little change. That's it for this recording. Next time we will do a deck rebuild for the mage, which will certainly be interesting. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. When you subscribe, make sure you click that notification button, that little bell, because you need to do that on YouTube apparently. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description. And if you want to support me even further than doing all of that, friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Tragic Master says, good game. Thank you, Tragic Master. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another expansion of Hearthstone. The WitchWood expansion is out, and that means it's time for deck rebuilds. Last time we rebuilt the Hunter decks, not really changing that much, and this time we're going to rebuild the Mage decks. And we're starting over from scratch, so it is full rebuild. As for Mage, I have almost a complete collection of classic cards, so I can use the classic Mage recipe. But Spells Are So Fun is missing so many cards that I can't play that. And this is a classic deck, so I am missing quite a bit, I guess. And then the Book of Specters is the Witchwood recipe, and we're missing 5 of those cards too, so I don't think I would want to build that recipe anyways. These recipes generally are not useful, and like maybe if you are so off the reservation that you can't build a deck that wins better than Classic Mage, maybe you reel yourself in and make Classic Mage. But I like living off the reservation to expand that phrase, so I am gonna build my own custom deck. Let's start by seeing what the new cards add to Mage. From what I was seeing, it seems like it really just adds to the Sorcerer's Apprentice meta Mage deck that I've seen so many people play and is super annoying, with duplicating Sorcerer's Apprentices and doing Archmage Archidonus. So before I go any further, let me just see if maybe some of those cards went wild. Sorcerer's Apprentice, not wild. Archmage Archidonus, not wild. This is the thing. Duplicate. Results found in the wild. Let's see. Standard cards. I guess you come out, you don't go into crafting mode, you go in the wild. So duplicate is wild now, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to play that metagame. And unless you're going to play it in wild, I guess. Alright. Let me search the phrase copies. Maybe if I spell copies right. Frozen Clone. After your opponent plays a minion, add 2 copies to your hand. Is that... This is still playable. This is still playable. Let's see. And there's nothing new that would like reduce the cost of your spells. Your spells cost 1 less. Never cast your spells. Next spell you play costs 0. If your deck has no odd cost cards, draw a card. Interesting. Your opponent's spells cost more. Yeah, that might be an interesting card to play. Whenever you cast a spell, summon a random 2-cost minion. Which that potentially could be Sorcerer's Apprentice, but it's not highly likely. Battlecry. No, that doesn't do anything. Enemy spells cost more, minions cost more, mechs cost less. And a random 2-cost minion to each player's hand. Summon a random 1-cost minion at the end of your turn. That might work too. Reduce the cost of a random weapon. Summon a random minion. Like Emperor Thurzan probably wouldn't work. Spells cost 2 more. That might be something to play against any mage. Okay. So it seems like they may have fixed this metagame a little bit. And if we go back to standard, there's several of these that we couldn't play anyways. So get rid of that. Like, and I only have concern about this metagame in standard play. Like, the wild people are going to do whatever the wild people want to do. Alright. Okay, so we need to go back now to the WitchWood cards and see what that adds to change this. Whenever you draw a card, gain. If you've played an elemental last turn, draw a card. I think you could make an elemental deck. Deal 5 damage, randomly split. Spell damage if you only have odd cost cards. Which I could get rid of this 4 and this 2, but that'd be annoying. I've not seen any card where that was really worth it to do that. I guess you could play this as just a 3/3/3 with spell damage 1. Freeze a minion if it's already frozen, destroy it. Which is crazy because we already had a card like that. So why are they reintroducing cards that have gone wild? Let's see. Froze. Freeze. Icelands, freeze a character. If it's already frozen, deal 4 damage for 1 mana. So maybe there wasn't a card that would destroy it. Snap, freeze a minion. If it's already destroyed, frozen, destroy it. I think that's probably a better card to play. And how many of those can I keep? So I guess that is a new card. Draw 3 card, discard any spells drawn. Book of Specters. I don't see why I would want to play that. Next thing I guess I would want to ask is elemental. What does an elemental deck look like? Oh, and before I hit enter on that, oh, I can't. Let's see. Take that. I think there's probably enough to make an elemental deck. Now, add random mage spells, play the elementals. Let's see, freeze any character, armor, spell. Like, I think I'm gonna have to make two decks just to work within this. The quest card, do I not have it? Yeah, I don't have Open the Way Gate, so that severely damages the opportunity to play the meta game. So what do I really want to play that I'm missing here? Deal 3 damage and freeze. Draw more cards. Like, could I increase my draw? I don't see a reason to draw and draw. Draw a secret from your deck. Secrets don't have much effect now in standard because you don't have that immune spell anymore. That's wild. So the best you have is Ice Barrier, which that will certainly change the gameplay up a little bit too. Although I don't know why you would want to play Glacial Mysteries now. So I go back to Elemental, I guess. Let's look here. Am I gonna just live with this for a moment? I think I am. So take this custom mage. Let's make a new mage deck. And choose that. I think they got rid of the annoying warning to make a wild deck, which was nice because they were saying that every single time. Let's see, this, that, and that. I get you to 18. Then this. That's a pretty good one. Add some more elementals. Take that. This isn't an elemental card though, so I don't know why I'd want to play that one. Maybe come back here and decide. Hero powers also freeze the target. Let's get rid of the ones that cast spells because we won't be casting any spells. Or too many spells. Instead, take that. Take that as an elemental. Why not? Ooh, take 2 of those. Seems like you could probably get some freeze abilities. And maybe that would help too. Yeah, like I am freezing a decent amount of people. So FREEZE. Freeze your other minions. I don't think I want to do that. Deal 2 damage. Frostbolt. Freeze a minion if it's already frozen. Destroy it. Let's get rid of randomness for not randomness. How much of this is actually standard? Like, this is totally standard right now. Interesting. So, do I want to call this Frost Mage? Or Freeze? But there's not even a daily quest. So, calling it Freeze Mage is kind of pointless. Like, how many of these cards seriously were part of WitchWood? Like, you can't even look that way. So, 2 cards. 2 cards here. And how many of the other cards were included? 1 more. Like 3 cards added. Versus this, which is the standard boring Sorcerer's Apprentice deck. Like, so this is Apprentice. So we'll name that so we just kind of know what it is. And this is Freeze. It's not super surprising that you might be able to make 2 mage decks. Because the mage decks are supposed to be the newest, easiest. They're supposed to be the easiest decks for the newest players. So I think the Apprentice deck is the least likely to succeed, where I think the Freeze deck actually is pretty good as it is. So since I'm only willing to give 1 a try at the moment, I'm going to give the Apprentice deck a try and see if we can really play that meta deck. Can we get the cost reduction of a Fire Blast spell down to 0? I don't believe we can. Not without a lot of crazy stuff. Not without everything working perfectly. So also we'll just try and see how this deck supplies and works with itself otherwise. I'm gonna just go ahead and keep all these cards. Let's see how that works. Come on, game. Play. Play, play, play. They're wasting my bandwidth telling me that people have opened legendary cards. Alright, so whenever you cast a spell, gain armor equal to its cost. Next time I cast a spell, I get 2 armor and do 2 damage. That's pretty good. A golden legendary somebody just opened. Wow. And I didn't know golden had its own special notifications. Alright. Do this. This. In the turn. Whenever you cast a spell, summon a random 2-cost minion. The idea is to summon a random Sorcerer's Apprentice. Add a random 2-cost minion to each player's hands. The idea is to get a random Sorcerer's Apprentice. The odds are astoundingly high that either one of these would work to get you another Sorcerer's Apprentice. Which then leaves you with mostly this 5-mana creature, Carnivorous Cube, to destroy a friendly minion, and then when its death rattle triggers, summon 2 copies. You could get the character to double death rattles, I imagine, unless that's wild too, which it might be. So, go ahead and kill this one, play this in turn. This guy doesn't seem like he's really gonna play, which is not a great way to test out your deck. Well, we've got Archmage Antonidas. Let's see, so let's play this. And of course we don't get a random Sorcerer's Apprentice. Odds are ridiculously low. Alright. Fireball is 6. If we were to reduce it just by 2, it would be 4. You could do 2 in 1 turn, which is not enough to do 30 damage, and destroys this. If I could double it to the point where there is 5 Sorcerer's Apprentices, reducing it down to 1 mana, then I could do, well, I don't know, because without the time warp, I don't think you do this in the same amount of time anyways. So, is this meta deck now dead? I would love for this meta deck to be dead. Like, that would be so awesome. I think it kind of is in standard. I don't think, without the duplicate secret, without some other things, I just don't think it happens. Look at this. Well, do this, and this, and do this. That was not good. See, this was yet another just random 2-cost minion. It's no way you're gonna get enough Sorcerer's Apprentices. Well, not without Open the Gate, and not without. Yep, it's wild only now. I'm pretty sure it's wild only. You know, it's possible that there won't even be that many good mage meta decks at all. Just ignoring the one that everybody's been playing for the longest time. And the other couple ones, like Secret Mage, which was mentioned in the chat. I'm looking at the chat but not responding to it. Yeah, I don't think Secret Mage is going to survive very well either. I think we're going to see a lot of people move away from playing Mage, which, thank goodness. That fixes at least half of my frustration with Hearthstone in one fell swoop, is people playing Mage. But then they'll just almost certainly find some new meta deck to play. Let's see. At the end of your turn, summon a random... Let's see, and this won't trigger probably ever. There is probably something you could do with this card to draw more cards. But that may not work as well as people might think too. This would be a good card, I guess, for a Murloc deck if you were short on Murlocs and playing Standard, because a high number of 1 mana cards are Murlocs, come to think of it. You know, this key phrase, add a fireball to spell to your hand, hasn't been used that much. Like, we have recruit and we have draw, but add is not used as often. Let's just kill this. Now, Rush only allows you to attack once. So theoretically, I could play this and cast a spell if I draw a spell, but the odds of me drawing a spell are pretty low in this deck. So this, and this, and this. Yeah. I needed to check before I delete this deck, which is what I think I'm going to do. I think I'm just going to delete this deck. I don't see anything here. HSReplay.net will almost certainly give me a better, similar style deck. I can't even do anything. So in the turn, I just want to see if maybe we can double Death Rattle cards, but I don't think you can. I think actually the card that double Death Rattles is really old. Doesn't seem like this guy really has much of a strategy either, but I guess I shouldn't complain. He's gonna win. Like, a lot of people on day one are just gonna try everything. Right. Let's go ahead and kill this one. So is that a worthwhile card? Cinderstorm for 3 mana, 5 damage randomly. Like, I guess it is. It's just the Mana Storm or Arcane Missile. That is one thing this expansion is doing, is it's fixing the gaps that are pretty obvious but nobody really noticed. Like, Arcane Missile deals 3 damage randomly to split among all enemies, so why not have Cinderstorm for 3 mana that does 5 damage? They'll probably eventually have a 2 mana spell that does like 4 damage randomly split between all enemies. And they may go up to like a 10 mana spell that does that too. Yep. Rush has +3 when damaged. Can I rush anything and not die? Not really. So is this guy gonna take the victory, or are we wasting our time here? Because if we're wasting our time, we can just move on and concede. Like, I want to be a good sportsman to a point, but if he's just ending his turn, then that's wasting my time, and I don't have time to waste. Okay. So now, the one thing about the other deck we built, the Freeze deck Elemental, is it's probably a really slow deck. It's not going to be quick victories. I'm looking for the card that would trigger Death Rattle twice. And I don't remember the name of it, because if we could trigger this Death Rattle twice, maybe the Sorcerer Princess meta deck would still work. But I don't think so. Draw a Rush, Lifesteal, and Death Rattle card. No, I'm not seeing it. Let's switch over to Wild and see if it's hidden. A lot of legendaries in Wild. Fugue and Stalag. I miss Fugue and Stalag. Here it goes. So, yes, your minions trigger the Death Rattle twice. It is Wild. So that's the last nail in the coffin. This deck will not work on Standard. We will not have to deal with that deck anymore. Great. So we just... The one I've built, and I wouldn't be surprised if I even changed this, is a Standard Freeze Elemental deck, which, like, I don't think there will be any daily quests to play Freeze. There might be a daily quest to play Elementals. If there aren't any, or if they are perhaps 40 gold quests or 50 gold quests and not 60 gold quests, I'll probably get rid of all my mage decks, and except for the one that HS Replay gives us. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. I'm going to look at the chat, and then I'm going to take just a little bit of a break. We know. Let's see. We stopped at 10, where Tragic Master said, good game. Tragic Master said later at 10:09, Ice Block is wild now. Travis came on and said, what's up, Rydo, enjoying the new expansion? Tragic then said, what's up, Travis? And then Travis said at Tragic Master, I couldn't get to sleep. And Tragic Master did a angry face and then a smiley face emoji. The angry face didn't work. Travis says, I wonder if Secret Mage will still be a thing. I don't think it will be as much of a thing. Travis says, so many Warlock and Priest decks from Kobolds still around. Probably. And then Travis said, I miss the old Hearthstone days. I'm not even sure if there ever were some good days as far as Hearthstone. I think I may have missed out on some of the early beta days that may have been better. And then Travis said, I think it's called Baron Rivendell. He was right. And then Travis said, I made an elemental mage with big spells and Dragon Caller Elena and Alexstrasza. It's pretty decent. So that is something else to consider as I'm playing with mage for the rare occasions that you play with mage. Very few daily quests even are built around that. So thanks for everybody being on the chat. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, try to eat some food. I'll be back and realistically in 10 to 20 minutes. Okay, I'm back now. There we go. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and the new expansion for Hearthstone is here, the WitchWood. So it's time to do deck rebuilds. Last time we did mage deck rebuilds, so as we're working our way down here, it's now time to do paladin deck rebuilds. So let's start with this and see what we could do if we were going to listen to other classic recipes. So I have all 30 of the requirements for classic paladin, probably going to be true for all the classic things. I'm missing 3 things for Shields of Light, which that's kind of a shame because it means this classic recipe, Shields of Light, which has been around for at least a year, like I'll probably be able to play it 4 or 5 years from now. Like it may be that long actually. Although some of this is new too. So they've updated it. So it's not even the old recipe of Shields of Light. And we're missing 3 for Greymane's Alliance, which is interesting too, but we're going to do a custom deck. So the first thing we need to do is see if the WitchWood cards that we have are going to change much. The first thing I guess I can do is this. This was going to be my Murloc deck because of this one guy alone. So let's just start and see if we can make a standard Murloc deck. Or is Murlocs now only really playable as far, like no WitchWood Murlocs were added at all. So the question will be, can you play Murloc cards and be reasonable in standard? Let's see that. These are still standard cards. That works. That works. Let's see. Discover Secret. Return any spell cards on this one. You probably don't want to play that Murloc. I don't know. Seems like you're kind of limited here. I'm a little bit short on Murlocs. Like I'm missing 1 epic here. And if I throw those 2 in there, and I'm missing 1 of these epics. Well, it certainly does miss some stuff compared to playing Corrupted Seer as a Murloc that deals 2 damage to all non-Murloc characters, and playing Old Murkai, which has +1 attack, or these Murlocs that draw more cards. Like you're not gonna succeed as well. Or these Murlocs that give you a 1/1 ooze with taunt, or discover a new basic hero power. Yeah, I'm not sure you really wanna play Murlocs now. They've put too many of them in wild. Inspire, summon another Murloc. Your hero power becomes summon a 1/1 Murloc. The Murloc Paladin was great before. So if we're going to stay standard and play Murloc, then we've got to figure out what do we do for the last 5 cards. What specifically would be helpful? A couple of equalities should be fine. Set of minions attack and health to 3/3. That might be alright. Here we go. We'll take a couple of these and let's get rid of 1 of these and take another 1 of these. Envy spells cost 5 next turn. Draw as many cards as you until you have as many as your opponent. That's probably not a bad card to play either. Give a minion Divine Shield and draw. This Blessings of the King is still probably pretty good. Bonus effect in your hand is a little too random. After you summon a minion, you give it +1 and lose 1 durability. That's probably not a terrible card to have. Also, some mass damage. Also, not a bad idea. Let's see, what else might be worth having in a deck like this? One of the things I guess I'm learning here, and I'm a little bit wrong, is there are a lot of 2 mana and 3 mana Murlocs. So this one that turns all your 1 cost Murlocs into something else is actually a flawed concept. Let's see, after your hero attacks, give your minions +1/+1. That looks like an interesting idea too. So yeah, this won't work. We need to instead go to all standard cards and go 1. And while we can have some Murlocs, we need to get rid of ones that aren't. Yeah, so you really can't make a Murloc deck. Not by any traditional means. If you have to actually limit yourself down to 1 mana cards only, yeah, it just doesn't work. Give a minion +2 attack. So we take this, we take this, we take this, take this, this, this. Take this, I guess. Take that. Take that. So all 1 cost cards. Wait, I don't want to summon a 1 cost minion for your opponent. And let's. So this is 1 cost, which might be worth playing. Like, there might be a daily quest to play minions that cost 2 or less. So this solves that. But it doesn't really play as a Murloc deck. And so we'll have to see if maybe in the Priest or the Shaman deck, if there's a reason to do that. Let's come back to Paladin. Now, there's a shield, some shield cards. which what's going on here? WitchWood search phrase. Oh, I gotta hit this plus button so I see everything. Nope, don't hit the plus button. Just click on the same thing twice. Alright. So if I was gonna do the Divine Shield concept, does that work? Or maybe Secret Paladin will work. We have like 2 more things that do shield. So how many new shield cards are there? Divine Shield Rush. Seriously, was that it? Well, that's not much of a reason to play this card and then all the things here. Let's see. Unless that really just did... like straight Divine Shield minions. Gain taunt if your deck has a taunt minion repeat for Divine Shield life. I guess that'll work. If you played an elemental, gain Divine Shield, yeah, that wouldn't work. If you control minions, gain Divine Shield. So, are there any crafting, like Divine Shield cards that I missed? Doesn't seem like it. So, WitchWood is very much a gap-filling deck. And so it seems like now you could make a fully Divine Shield deck. Although, to be honest, there's a decent chance that you should have 2 or 3 synergies in one deck of 30 cards and not play towards just one strategy. Let's see. The only other thing I could think of is target. Like, as a key phrase, target. There was this dragon. Only you can target this with your spells and hero power. That'd be helpful. You can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. That's sort of interesting. A card to play. This might be a valuable card to have in any deck. So it must be in Wild then. Yes. Whenever you target this minion with a spell, gain +1/+1. So if you're going to play Wild and play the Dragon Can Sorcerer, that would kind of make sense. Because there is a decent amount of Paladin cards that are specifically built around powering up. Specifically just in WitchWood. Changing spells, I don't think I'd want to play this. Echo, certainly I'd want to play that. Well, this minion has 3 or more attack, has taunt and lifesteal. That's an interesting way for that to work. So, secret is another thought. So buff up your characters. This card is actually pretty useless if you're not playing a very specific deck, come to think of it, because while you can summon 1/1 Silver Hand recruits, you would not have them in your deck. Let's see. Is there anything in neutral that would make sense? Let's see. If I type in like the number 1 and hit enter, is there something that would give you minions +1 attack, spell damage +1, after your hero's attack +1/+1? Randomly lose 3 hats to other minions. Each hat gives +1/+1. So this puts you in a weird position, because if you were to just build a standard paladin deck with these new cards, I guess that's what they want you to do, is paladin here. There's no real synergy to it. It's just instead of playing the weapon that you used to play, now play the silver sword. Let's see if maybe we can squeeze secrets into this. Let's see. Secret. If we were to do eye for an eye, noble sacrifice, redemption, repentance, we could discover more secrets, put a secret onto the battlefield. And then we can do this, and that's it. And if I switch to wild, there's probably Mad Scientist would be very helpful for Secret Paladin. This would be very helpful for Secret Paladin. That would be fine. That would be fine. Yeah, you're really missing out on a lot of secrets. So back to standard. So the new Secret Paladin at best takes 14 of the 15 spaces, which isn't inherently a terrible thought, because then it opens up the door to, well, trying some new cards. Let's see. This one, I don't think we'd have any health restore to play that. The idea of increasing spell cost by 5 is interesting, but not interesting enough. Probably take that still. Take this. Do we want to go ahead and take that? Take that. Again, you'd have to restore health, and you just don't do that. Maybe we do that. See, that was recruit 3 minions that cost 2 or less. Do I have minions like that? Yes, I do. Divine Shield Rush. Still looking. Put those 2 in there, and that fills up the selection. The only thing I could imagine you might even want to add is Knife Juggler. So we'll put one of those in. Certainly wouldn't want Lore Walker Cho. This is not a terrible card to play. Maybe get rid of some of these duplicate secrets and be more realistic about how many secrets we would play. Don't really have a lot of taunt or any poisonous or silence, and all of those cards realistically should be in the deck. Like, dude, there's probably 4 or 5 really good cards that should be in everybody's deck. For instance, Iron Beak Owl. You probably should have one of those no matter what. There's probably a decent taunt character that should be in there. There we go. We'll take one of those. Maybe go back to the basics and just play Raid Leader even. Like, summon random 1-cost minions. Not a bad thought either. An elemental. Start of your turn, set this minion's attack to 4. Some of these neutral cards are not getting full consideration. It's a little too difficult to go through all of the neutral collection. I'm looking right now at all the cards. I guess I could be just looking at the new cards. Honestly, I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. It does feel like I've either missed something completely, which is possible, or there is a specific desire here to make the Paladin decks just a straightforward deck. You just summon, create characters, you just improve them. So, like, this shield deck, for instance, is only a slight variation of what you could have made before. Characters with the Divine Shield that also, there are a few characters that get buffed when people lose Divine Shield. And this Paladin really isn't much different. It's just a combination of random people that you could buff and secrets that you could have played before. So the only one I'm really interested in, here we'll call this one secret, is the 1-cost. Because that one's either going to work really well or going to be one of the stupidest decks you could possibly build. One or the other. This is effectively 28 1-cost cards and 1 5-cost card. So no spells, no secrets, nothing like that. And hsreplay.net with the Hearthstone deck tracker will probably give me something better for a shield deck and something better with the secret deck. So I'm not even going to bother to try those two. The 1-coster is the one that interests me. So let's give it a go. It's a good thing, even though I'm kind of down on WitchWood and just am calling it a filler expansion with not any really new exciting mechanics or changes or even that exciting cards. It's a good thing that this happened right now, I think, because it allows me some breather time to collect the classic cards, for as much as that As boring as classic cards are, they are clearly, at least for this expansion and probably for most future expansions, going to be the foundation of any deck. We're going to see Leper Gnome, if Leper Gnome's a classic card, I don't even know if it is. We're probably going to see him for a long time. Gold Child Footman, I'm pretty sure, is a classic card. So playing a deck like this is going to probably be very confusing, because he's going to see an elemental, and then he's going to see something else, and then he's going to see something else. Like it's a sample platter of a deck. This would be a really good deck for people that don't have any cards, too. Yeah, I guess that would work rather well. Of course, most people would have had a board clear at this point. Something that could do 1 or 2 damage to everybody, or in some other way kill all these minions. And yep, he has one too. So then that leaves me with 1 card against 5 cards. I've already lost the game. That's pretty much how it boils down to. Now I'm at 0 cards, he's got 5 cards. If he can do a secondary board clear, I'm going to be so under the gun, I won't be able to succeed at all. This card will help a little bit. Let's see. This. And then we do that. And that. And that. And that. And that. Now I need this Prince Liam. I guess there haven't been any princesses in the game. We should look at that and see if there have been any princesses listed. Because, you know, that would be an interesting twist. Have a full expansion built around princesses. I don't know if World of Warcraft has any major memorable princesses, but let's do that. If this card doesn't happen quick enough, I'm gonna win no matter what. There is a slight advantage playing at rank 20 and just playing a lot of cheap minions. This is the Murloc strategy. Basically, play cheap Murlocs that barely even synergize with each other. And I guess in this strategy, you're playing slightly cheaper characters than Murlocs overall. And because of that, you're succeeding. What is this one gonna die? This. And this. Let's go ahead and kill this one. And this one. And attack here. And do that. And do that. End the turn. What's the realistic number of turns before you get this 1 out of 30 draw? It's probably close to 15 turns, which probably means 14 of these cards will get turned into legendaries. So you need to calculate Prince Liam, a 5/5, with a battle cry that turns on average 14 or less cards. It would be somewhere between 14 and 25 cards into legendary cards. it has to attack a hero, so that's not gonna work. Those gerblers work very nicely. Seems like I just lost. So it's pretty consistent. I don't think I like any of the 3 paladin decks I've made. Like, I thought this one might be interesting, but it's way too much of a gamble, way too much built around this one card. So Hearthstone Deck Tracker doesn't know how to track any of that, so this will be interesting. All of these cards should have disappeared now, or been darkened. So yeah, not worth it. I don't think you win playing a deck like that, which makes that character kind of useless. Like, this whole deck is built around this one character, and it did not do anything for us. It would make sense, I guess, if you had a bunch of 1 mana minions and nothing else. I did like the Feral Gerbiler. The rest of these are kind of pointless 1 mana characters. One thing we wanted to see is if we could find anything that said Prince S. So we'll just search Prince for fairness sake, and let's see, convert this to wild, and then go into crafting mode. Actually, I would prefer not to be in this mode at all. I'd prefer to be here. So there's one Prince Liam, and then there's Prince Malchazar. I could have sworn there was more princes. Like, maybe you have to go into crafting mode first. Let's search out the phrase queen. Emerald Hive Queen, not a human. The Marsh Queen, doesn't seem like that's a human either. And Blood Queen Lathanel, that's like the only humanoid female queen. Let's try Prince again. Alright, you have Prince Kalseth, Prince Taldaram, Prince Valinar, Prince Malchazar, Princess Huran. Okay, so there is one princess, but it's not a humanoid figure. How many of these were humanoid figures? Mostly humanoid, humanoid, in the sense that they have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes type thing. Let's see, Trade Prince Gallowin. Well, that's weird. They're a little bit heavy on the princes and not enough on the princesses. Let's go ahead and just get rid of that because that's not gonna work. And like I said, HS Replay will probably give me a better secret combination meta deck than what I built, and there seems to be a slightly improved Divine Shield deck that you could build if you want to be single-minded and only focus around Divine Shield. I don't believe there's a daily quest to play Divine Shield. I'm not even sure there's going to be a daily quest to play Secrets, honestly. So that was Paladin. Next time we'll do Priest. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. When you subscribe, click that notification bell, even if you don't think you need to. And if you want to support me even more than doing all of that, friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. That would be very helpful. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and the new expansion to Hearthstone, the WitchWood, is here, so it's time for some deck rebuilds. So last time we did Paladin, this time it's time to do Priest. Let's start with well, I guess we'll start here with the new deck and choose the Priest. That's the easiest thing to do. We can look at the recipes. I have all 30 cards needed for the classic Priest recipe, but I am missing 6 cards for the Shadow Priest recipe and a massive 8 cards for the Moonlight Vigil. So I did not do as well as I probably should have with the Priest opening card packs on my main account here, but we're going to start with custom. So we need to see what in the Priest strategy, which the Priest strategy that I've been playing is pretty much all around healing. So what is new or different with these new cards? Each turn this is in your hand, transform it into a card your opponent is holding, and it's a beast, but I guess it wouldn't matter if it's a beast. I think this is a legendary to play. Honestly, you probably want to play that in every Priest deck just so it gives you information. Like every turn you have that in your hand. Don't ever even play it. Just see what your opponent has until you're about to win. Like restore 6 health to all friendly characters. That seems like very good for 2 mana. Echo, Battlecry, restore 2 health. That seems like an improvement over heal. Choose a friendly minion, summoning a copy of it with 1 health remaining. Not a problem there. That's a good card too. Deal 4 damage to a minion if it kills it. Add a copy of it to your hand. I don't think I'd want to play Holy Water. Can attack while damaged. This is probably not worth playing, and I don't think I'd specifically want an Elemental Priest. Anyways, Death Rattle, summon a Death Rattle minion from your hand. This might work rather well. Whenever a friendly minion is healed, summon a 3/3 whelp. Throw that in there too. So, odd, so many cards. 10 out of 30 seem like they're good. The next part is like Lifesteal Rush. We'll probably find some more. Lifesteal, refresh your hero power. Might make sense. Also, can't look at all of these cards. Deal 3 damage, restore 3. That's going to be helpful. Echo Taunt. Not really. Lifesteal. Taunt. Add 2 random 1 minions, 1 cost minions to your hand. Add a random 2 cost minion to each player's hand. Randomly toss 3 hats to other minions. Give each hat is +1/+1. This might be worth. This might be. No, because it might be +1/+1 to your enemies. So, if you're holding a dragon, no. Swapping the health and attack doesn't make a lot of sense. Even for this. Even for the priest. Destroy all enemy secrets. Double the damage of your healing and of the damage and healing of your hero power. That's very much a priest thing. Let's restore 4 to your hero. Just looking at all of this. Rush, Lifesteal, and Death Rattle card. There's probably some crazy card combination of a really good Rush, really good Lifesteal, and a really good Death Rattle that all synergize together. That you would play those together with. But I couldn't, for the life of you, figure it out. Alright. Restore 8 health to the hero. So that gets me to 26 before we've done anything. So then the next question would be, if I type in the key phrase heal, can I get 2 light ones in here? Can I get the holy this and this? Like, I don't think I can get everything in that I would like it to be in here. Like, I gotta get Prophet Valen in here. Then there's one spell that maybe it's wild now. Let's see, where you heal 3 damage if it hasn't. Here you go. Yep. That's wild now, so you can't play that if you want to play standard. But that's not the biggest loss ever. Let's see. These are like this. Where is it? Some of these, like the light spawn, are built around not healing but having health. So, is there any spells that would heal? Yeah, he's kind of missing heal spells now. Restore 5 health to a minion in your hero. Oh, because they've changed it to restore. Alright, so R-E-S-T-O-R-E is the new key phrase. Let's do that. But will that really change much? No, I am just missing. I feel like I'm missing spells. Like, yeah, there's a considerable number of minions and people that don't restore health anymore, apparently. So, do you balance this out with things that, like, do you balance it out with lifesteal people that can heal your opponent but not do it in the way that you'd be able to heal more? Like, the only targeted restores this one and this one and this one's. Okay. So I want to take a moment and think, was there something else that you could have done with this? It really does just feel like it was this is some incremental improvement on the existing priest deck. Like, unless there was something that could have been crafted. If your deck has only odd cost cards, no. Cast inner fire on every minion in your deck. Set attack equal to health. If you had that, that might be good. But you'd still need some things to work. You'd still need some things to buff health, and this deck is really not around buffing health. So then the other thing I wanted to search is Death Rattle. So this guy, you could have two of them to summon a Death Rattle minion from your hand. What are some really crazy Death Rattle minions that you could have? I guess that would work. What if we looked at just all standard cards though? Like, so what's the craziest of the crazy Death Rattles? It would have to be something like, you might as well just start at this end. That's not that much of a Death Rattle. That's not much. Like, okay. Maybe you could get the beast on the field without triggering its... No, because it would be a Death Rattle, so you wouldn't be triggering battle cries anyways when you summoned it. It really does feel like there's just a general overall reduction in crazy cards. So many of them have been moved to wild. Yeah, there's nothing here. There's no crazy, no Fugin, no Stalag, nothing like that. Almost certainly, if we were playing wild, we could find something. We could double Death Rattles. We could summon your Death Rattle minions that died in this game. Yeah, there's a great wild Death Rattle deck I bet you could play. Death Rattles replace your hero with Ragnaros. Like, yeah. Standard looks like it's gonna get boring. Fugin, Stalag to summon Thaddeus. Just some... yeah. Wow. Maybe this expansion will push a lot of people to play wild. Like, simple things like restore 5 health to an enemy hero is actually rather useful when you use it with Arachni Soul Priest. Because then instead of restoring 5, it does 5 damage. Whenever you summon a minion with Death Rattle, gain +1 attack. So as far as standard priest, there's not much. but as far as wild, there's a lot. Although, to be fair, this expansion, more than any other, this expansion has done a lot for Priest. A lot of these cards make sense, where only 3 or 4 in total were getting really considered. So let's try this custom Priest. I don't even really have a name for it. And see, we're about at the 9 mark, where we have 9 decks made. Tomorrow's going to be interesting, certainly, as I'm streaming. I'll probably start later. Heck, I might start extremely later, since this is going past midnight to record the deck rebuilds. But I very well may struggle to find any kind of deck I can play that would be helpful. I may very much just revert to using classic recipes, particularly on my European and Asian accounts. Just classic paladin, classic whatever. So here's the question: your cards and powers that restore health now deal damage instead. So does this lifesteal card get turned into something different when I play this? Right. Lifesteal Rush. This would echo restore 2 health, so if I played this on the 10th turn, I could do, I guess, 10 damage or 10 health. Let's see. So here's the Chameleon. We keep that in our hand. And what are we gonna do? Just attack and attack. And I guess we'll just go ahead and play. This would be interesting if this does what I think it's going to do, because it will start draining our heroes the same amount. So we now know he has a 7 mana 5/3 giant anaconda. Lifesteal Taunt. I'll just play this. So we're gonna try and see what happens here. Will I gain 2 health or will I lose 2 health? I lost 2 health. Interesting. So that keeps us at 25-25. Double the damage of your healing. So there's only a couple of heroes this card would work with. The Hunter, I suppose, the Warlock, the Priest. Also has a 9 mana 6/10 giant Mastodon. Let's hit this. So yeah, this is a great card. This Chameleon. Just always have it in your deck. He has no clue that I'm seeing what's in his hand. And that's giving me more information than anything else. Summon a copy of this with 1 health remaining. that. So you really wouldn't want lifesteal characters with Arachni Soul Priest, which then kind of makes it difficult to play both strategies at the same time, and I think you kind of need to play both strategies. So I imagine a lot of people will just revert back to not playing lifesteal characters. I'm literally making the taunt worse. Alright. So we do this. And then this. This is almost a deck that you might build if you're trying to hurt yourself for some reason. Like, I don't know what the reason would be to do that, but seems like it would work. And these splintering saplings do turn into 1/1s. This card, where was it? Here it is. Splintering Fester Root. Summon 2/2 splintering saplings that then break into their own thing. Like, summon a 1/1 West for each card in your hand. In the turn. So this Festering Root is a good card. I don't believe I have it. That's a shame. It's likely you'll have at least a 1/1 wood chip 2 turns later. This guy sure is playing slow considering I'm playing so badly. Like, I'm practically handing him a victory on a silver platter. There you go. We'll do this. And then do this. And then do this. Then end the turn. Choose a friendly minion, add a 10/10 copy of it that costs 10. I don't know why you'd specifically... I couldn't wrap my head around that card, actually. But I guess if you have a Splinter Root and you want a 10/10 of those, it probably works pretty well. So, I want to look at the Druid cards for a second. Which would... Yeah, we didn't get... Where is it? Where is it? We didn't get this legendary. We didn't get that. What is that card? Let's see. Root. Or sapling. Oh, it was an epic neutral card. Well, geez, if I ever have enough dust, I guess I'll try and get Splintering Festeroot because it seems like it's a pretty good card. As for our custom priest that doesn't even have a name, I think we gotta take out the Arachni Soul Priest as an idea. I think you have to limit yourself just to healing, which seems like it still might be doable. But I also heavily believe that I'm gonna find a better custom priest through HS Replay. And like I keep mentioning that website, but they're not a sponsor or anything, but they do have better statistics. And I think I'm gonna get a better meta deck to play custom priest, because there's not anything super exciting here. It's the same strategy pretty much that we've always played. Just try and heal. Try and increase your healing ability. Maybe at some point use Arachni Soul Priest to increase your healing ability. Alright, well, next deck rebuild will be Rogue. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. When you subscribe, make sure you click the notification bell, even if you think you don't need to. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further than all of that, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to Hearthstone. There's a new expansion, the Wildwood, out, so it's time for deck rebuilds. Last time we did a deck rebuild for the Priest, not a lot changed, and that's being pretty thematically close to all of the new cards. It seems like WitchWood's not changing too much. What's changing it more by far is just that so many of the old expansions have gone into Wild, and now it's a little bit more simpler to play a standard deck, it feels like. So we're going to make Rogue this time, so start here. We'll choose Rogue, standard deck. Let me check this. Yep, they didn't get rid of that annoying warning. Like, you just said it, and you don't even... Like, every time it says that, just to annoy you. So I could make a classic Rogue. I'm only missing one card, one legendary. But I'm missing 7 for the Shrouded Sorcery recipe. So, yeah, a lot missing there. And I'm missing 6 for Ghostly Echoes. So, we're going to have to make a custom deck for sure. Let's start by looking at the cards that are new for WitchWood. We have Echo, do 2 damage to a minion. Now, assuming that we're still going to have a daily quest for combo, Echo works really good for combo, so probably going to put that in there. We have Echo, add a random card to your hand from your opponent's class. Again, Echo probably very useful, and stealing cards is not a bad idea. Echo, add a random card to your hand from your opponent's class. Okay, that's fine too. Combo, give your weapon +1 attack, not bad. Whenever you play an Echo card, gain +1/+1. Alright. Deal 3 damage to a minion. If it kills it, add a coin to your hand, not a bad card. Rush, draw a combo card from your deck when Death Rattle. This is a pirate. So, let's see where we go if we look for more echo neutral cards, because this is mostly an echo deck. You just have a couple, I guess. Yeah. So not a ton. Is that because I missed out on something? Well, Echo, add a random legendary minion to your hand. That would have been cool. Could have played 3 of those in a turn. Alright. I would have thought there were more Echo cards, but I guess they are character specific so that there aren't a bunch of neutral ones. Alright. So then the next question is, can I squeeze all the pirates into this deck also? Well, I've got 2 pirates now. Let's go to standard and see how many more we can squeeze in here. We've got this and this and this and this and this and this and that. And that's actually every pirate we have to play. So I think you've kind of found your solution, is a pirate echo deck. I'm not sure there's much more to do here. Sure, if we were playing in Wild, where we could have a few more pirate characters and the ship's cannon, which is very important when playing pirate. Like, yeah, playing Wild pirate versus playing standard pirate is drastically different. It costs 1 less for each friendly pirate. Pirates are supposed to be the slightly more expensive Murlocs of the field. Look at all of these. The other thing, I guess, instead of, like, I didn't even remember ever playing this card. So if we're going to continue to have daily quests playing pirates, it might be a little bit of a struggle. The other thing, I guess, would be to ask, what about combo cards? Let's see. If I didn't do pirates and instead got rid of it, let's call this pirates and just save this as it is. And let's make, well, actually, not save it as it is, save it as a standard deck. And let's make a secondary rogue deck, this time with combo cards. It's combo, 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 combo. That's 21 cards. That's 23. And then when we look at Echo, which would work somewhat well with combo. 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. That leaves just enough room for 1 more card, leaving 3 out. Of course, there's probably better cards to play over Echo cards. If I'm gonna be honest. Like, when we get away from looking specifically at Echo cards and just look at rogue cards, there is, let's see, what is it? Shadow Step. And I guess you could try and have some weapons improvements too. Did we get one weapon added in this expansion? Wait a minute, is Shadow Step not allowed anymore? Is that wild? This is still standard? I thought Blade Fury would have been changed. Death Rattle cards. You really can't make too much of... You have Vanish still, but it looks like Shadow Step is wild now, which that certainly is going to hurt a combo deck quite a bit. Where are you hiding? The Cut Purse is wild. That sucks. Oh, yeah, Shadow Step is a 0 mana card. Oh, it's still standard. But the false coins aren't. Counterfeit coins now wild. So that's the combo version of that, which honestly I guess the combo version is not too much different from the regular version. It's just echo cards and not much else. Let's see. If I search the phrase deck, I'm looking for a card that would benefit having cards in your hand that you didn't start in your deck. And I don't think there's anything like that. I'm a little surprised that that's not wild, but I guess it will be eventually. Although not too many people play that. Let's see. If I search class, that might be the key phrase. Like, draw a card from your opponent's class, add a random card from your opponent's class, add a random card. Cost 1 less for each card you've played from another class. So you could have Obsidian Shard in your deck. And that's the only card that seems to even benefit from that. And so the card stealing mechanic seems to have really no synergy to it, and I'm not super surprised. So we're being very consistent here, where these WitchWood cards are just not feeling like they're changing too much. It is only 10 cards per character class, and then at most it's 10 cards, and then a few neutral cards. And I guess, here we go. This would be the card. Test Greymane. Replay every card from another class you've played in this game. Targets chosen randomly. So if you had that, that would work. And I believe, if what I heard was right, there's only... Well, no, this is the only instance of the phrase replay, according to... Well, no, wait. I gotta look here. Look at all the wild cards with replay in the name. Yes. So, new key phrase replay. Unless replay brings up something, which it doesn't. Alright. Where are we? Where are we? So I don't even really care about the combo. Let's try the Pirates deck and see how that plays. Well, I'm not doing much here. I may very well just decide to go back to some of my old deck builds. I have them archived from Hearthstone Deck Tracker app that will show up here on the right in a second. So I could certainly look at the win-lose ratio on those and say, yeah, let's just go back to these. They probably would be wild decks now because of the changes, but that still might be a tempting solution. Now I can't really count that as a success, so let's try that again. Heck, maybe we'll get really lucky and get some victories. Oh yeah, and we're slowly, I guess, making progress towards those daily quests, which I'll work on that all tomorrow when I live stream. In fact, there's a decent chance that after I live stream I'll still be playing post show and working on them. Although I can cheat my main account here easily enough and get 10 victories. Deal 3 damage to a minion. If it kills it, add a coin. This, and this. I guess with this pirate deck, you're going to have to be a lot better. Wow, somebody's actually playing that card. Summon 2 1/1 heroes. But I don't believe there's a way to upgrade this a second time. There is probably a card that would upgrade it a second time, but it probably wouldn't do anything. So, what do we want to do? Nothing, I guess. End the turn. Play a coin to get a weapon. I guess. I guess I could see the idea of playing Paladin and then immediately upgrading your silver hand. Recruit. Alright. Play this. Do this. He's playing a lot of taunt creatures. And what is this card back? I haven't seen this one before. Is this a free one you got for pre-ordering for $50? I guess free is a very subjective term when you have to pre-order something to get it. Alright, let's play that. I feel like a lot of these echo cards aren't actually worth it now that I'm looking at them. They probably are better than some other cards, but only by a little bit. What's really going to kill this deck is if we find out that we don't actually need to play pirates anymore. If that turns out to be the case, yeah, I'll definitely delete the pirate deck in the favor of combo. I might delete it anyways because it'd be really easy to make a pirate deck or a combo deck and just not have one permanently established. Let's see. Death Rattle, draw a combo card. Death Rattle, draw a combo card. Deal 3 damage if it kills it, add a coin to your hand. I'd like to see more of this character's strategy. Like, because he played that card and has yet to summon any Silver Hand recruits. So it's like that card was pretty worthless anyways. Echo. And Echo. I mean, that saved me from playing this card, I suppose. That will help me. Yeah, maybe going back to the basic and just using a raid leader would be good for a paladin. Like, 7th turn, he finally uses it. Let's see, do this. And do this. Just trying to attack this one, I guess. I'm not really liking this. Really not liking playing pirates and having no synergy at all. I just don't think you can. These standard decks are getting boring, honestly. It's just really boring. And part of that certainly has been the fact that the last few expansions haven't been amazingly great. And this one is, I would argue, the least so far as new ideas. But at least in Kobolds and Catacombs, we got that dungeon run mode, which made up for it. Here, we didn't get a single player experience. At least I haven't seen it yet. There was supposed to be this beast hunt mode that they were talking about, but it doesn't seem like it's come out, or it's coming out with this expansion. Maybe it's coming out with the next one. Like, opens in 2 weeks. There it is. I guess I had to reload for it to show up. Seeking Monster Hunters opens in 2 weeks. Find and defeat terrible creatures lurking within the WitchWood using 4 unique Monster Hunter heroes. So you don't play as the 9 standard hero classes like Kobolds and Catacombs, which is good because that was rather annoying trying to get victories for all of those. So that softens the blow a little bit that these WitchWood cards are not that interesting. But it doesn't fully fix the problem. Let's just look at Kobolds and Catacombs cards in it, for example. Standard, draw your card, a secret that returns your minion to your hand. That's pretty good. When a minion attacks, instead it attacks one of its neighbors. That's pretty good. After a friendly minion dies, add a 1/1 copy to your hand. Draw 2 minions. Summon a 1/1 copy of your minion from the hand. And then the main thing was these upgradable cards, which every time they introduce a concept like this, where cards are upgradable, they don't ever do anything more with it. So there were no hero replacement cards in this expansion. Maybe there was one, but there was no upgradable cards at all. There was like very little of anything, and I feel like I'm getting in on a rant here, but boring. And similarly, lifesteal, I think, for the Frozen Throne might have been, I don't know if it was the first instance of lifesteal, but it may have been something. Unguru, on the other hand, some more simplistic add-ons. Let's see, what was the last rogue expansion that I would have found interesting? Would have been this. It would have been Goblins versus Gnomes. I mean the Mean Streets of Gadgetzan, because of the counterfeit coin, which is now gone. And Jades. Yeah. So they went too far with Jade, clearly, because people were playing for years Jade decks, but they're everything after Gadgetzan has been sort of tamer and tamer and tamer and tamer, to the point where WitchWood is so boring now. So boring. Like, I really hate this Pirates deck. So much so that I almost am tempted to delete it, but I'm gonna wait since we've got time. Anyways, let's just move on. We've got Shaman to do next time, and then Warlock, and then Warrior. So there's 3 more deck rebuilds, and then I'll be done for the day. It's gone very late into the evening. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. While you're subscribing, click that notification bell, even if you don't think you need to. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further than that, friend me on Steam and gift me a game. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and the new expansion for Hearthstone has arrived. It is called WitchWood, or the WitchWood actually. So, last time we did the Rogue deck rebuilds. It's time for deck rebuilds, and while you're watching, please subscribe and click the notification bell. So now it's time to do Shaman deck rebuilds. So since we're here, let's just go ahead and look at what new cards are being added to Shaman. An Overload card, which would work fine on an Overload deck, so that's one's good. A Battlecry card that probably doesn't work very well at all, because so many cards now, everything from Mean Streets of Gadgetzan and older is now wild. So if you're going to make a standard deck and it's going to have Battlecries in it, you're going to be sort of limited. And next we have a Witch's Apprentice. Add a random Shaman spell to your hand. Like, there aren't too many Shaman spells, so this might be a little bit better than you think. If there's something that could double your Battlecries, that would be nice, but I don't believe there is in Standard. There is probably in Wild. We have a spell to give a minion +2/+2. If it's an elemental, add a random elemental to your hand. That seems like a little bit too random. It's a fine card, I guess, in general, if you just ignore the part about trying to play it on an elemental. And it would be a little bit better playing on elementals, I guess. Here we have a Murloc with Echo, which probably means I should make a Murloc deck. And if your deck has only even cost cards instead of odd cost cards, deal 2 damage, that's not likely to happen. If we search the phrase even and we look at all cards in crafting mode, let's see, even will also show up for the word 7, won't it? 7. Like, where's even in here? Event, prevent has even in the middle of the name. So even cost cards. Revenge has even in the middle of the name. Revenant has even in the name. So there's only 2 cards with even in it. That card and this card, the Kin Greymane. If your deck has only even cards, your starting hero power costs 1. So theoretically, if down the line there was 4 or 5 cards that benefited you greatly by having only even cost cards, that would make sense. However, you can't even really build a deck with even cards easily. You would have to go with 2s, click all the 2s, look through all of them, then you have to go to the 4s, and then the 6s, and then the 8s, and it'd just be a lot of work. I think it's probably time to make this guy our favorite too. Come on, how do I make something favorite? Like, come over here, and there we go. Let's change him back to that. Alright, where were we? I guess we start over. Shaman. I do have all 30 of the classic Shaman cards if I wanted to do that. I have 25 out of 30 of the Remorseless Winter, and I'm missing 8 of the WitchWood Awoken. So if I wanted to consider that, that would be something. So Murlocs. Start with the Murlocs. What is the best Murloc deck you can make in Standard? Because it's pretty bad. First of all, you still have the Summon 10 Murlocs for Megafin, which is a great card to play with Murlocs. Then this freeze ones, and this summons 1/1s. So you really have to play Shaman if you want to play Murlocs now. You can't play Paladin or any other class not without some major penalties, and you're still going to be missing quite a bit. Adapt Murlocs. Like, so many have gone into Wild that you can put every single one I have, and it's not like I'm missing everything. If I had Amalgam, I guess I could play him. He is technically a Murloc, I suppose, because he is an all class. He is everything. Yeah, you might want to put Amalgam in every deck. So he might be... I wish there was a way you could flag cards and say, this is one I have high on my list. I want to make sure it's in my deck when I open a pack and have it. So is that it? Is that what you do with Murlocs now? Almost certainly it would be better to trade out a couple of these, and like drawing 2 cards not worth the totem, and let's see, do we still have the Lightning Storm spell, or is that wild too? Yeah, we still have Lightning Storm, so you almost certainly want that over these 2. But I'm not sure there's much of anything else to do. Like Bloodlust over maybe this guy. Let's get rid of these 2. for some bloodlusts. So this is barely a change at all. Just barely change. What is new here? Versus what I was playing before. The Ghost Light Angler is new. And nothing else. So that's nothing changed. Other than the fact that you really can't play Murlocs on any other in any other class. So come over here now and let's make an overload deck and see how much that's changed. So if I type in over and hit enter, this should be good enough for that, those two, that one. We need the spells that unlock overload cards. Deal 2 damage to a minion. Overload for 0. We'll take that. Deal 3 damage. Overload 1. Deal 1 more damage for 1 more mana. Deal 8 damage to a minion. Take that. Take those two and that and that. Like, discover is also has over in the name, so that won't work. You know, in a weird way, this is probably a good card to put in the Murloc deck too. Transforming one of those Murlocs into a 5/5. So where's the one that unlocks the, like, whenever you overload, gain 1 attack? That is now wild, so you can't play that, which kind of makes an overload deck pointless now, because you really needed that. This one is wild. Battlecry, unlock your overloaded crystals. Yeah, you just... I don't think there ever was a daily quest to play overload, but with this wild, with this wild, with this wild, you have 3 of the primary abilities just left out. This guy was a big player too. Yep, it's just pointless. This is wild too, so that hurts the minions, Murlocs. All right. How many was I missing, by the way? Let's see, I'm missing like 6 cards. So fill it in, I guess. Let's just finish this, even though I've already given up on it. I need 2 more cards, and I don't even have 2 more overload cards. Is there like something in the crafting that I don't have? No, you literally would have to play every single overload card right now to get 30 cards. Like, all of these have overload affecting them one way or another. Every single card in the deck. If I had 1 more of these, I'd have 30 cards. That's all of them. Every single one of them. I mean, you really don't get a bigger story than that, showing you that they don't want you to play overload cards. So I guess we throw in the Winch's Apprentice. Was there something in the crafting that maybe would have changed this? Destroy your totems, gain +2/+2 for each one destroyed. The Totem Cruncher would have been cool. That would work nicely. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a minion from your deck. Probably not that helpful. A new hero replacement, deal 3 damage to all minions. And then it has, I believe, the first passive hero ability. After you play a minion, add a random shaman spell to your hand. And then repeat all the battle cries from cards you played this game. Which I'm not 100% sure that would work too well either. Let's see. If I was to just... Can I cheat this and type in cry? Yeah, I can. If we look at all the standard cards that have battle cry in the name, I don't think you're gonna... I mean, you could do this. Battle cry, your next battle cry triggers twice. If that's kind of cool. Battle cry, restore 3 health. If you played an elemental last turn, summon 2/3/2. If you control all 4 basic totems, summon the Windlord. Battlecry, transform your minions into random ones. See, there was already a hero replacement card, so I don't know why they decided to give them specifically the Shaman one extra. Return other minions to your hand. They cost 1. Interesting. If you play an elemental... Yeah, there's a ton of Battlecry cards, but there's no real synergy there unless you are trying to do Cthulhu. And then there would be really, really good synergy if you went to the old gods. Where are we? We have to shift here. Convert to wild. Like, if we just looked at the old gods and how many of these battle cries give Cthulhu +1/+1, or do some things to Cthulhu. Give Cthulhu taunt. Give Cthulhu +2/+2. Give Cthulhu +2/+2. If you built a Cthulhu deck and then had that card that redid all of Cthulhu's things, that would be really great. Also, it would work even if you had played Cthulhu already, because his Battlecry would activate. Or at least in some way it would activate. So, yeah. There's a crazy, crazy Cthulhu deck that you could build with that legendary, and I don't think much of anything else. Boring, boring, boring. Overload deck. Like, maybe we just won't have any more daily quests doing overload cards, because I definitely don't want to have to play this very often. But for experimental sake, since the Murloc deck hasn't changed really any, like, almost certainly I'm either gonna win this or I'm gonna lose it. There's not, I don't see a reason to do that. So we'll try out the Overload deck. Give it one experimental run. Incomplete deck of a custom shaman. Interesting. Which one was I gonna do? Overload? I'm gonna have to go back and delete that one. Overload and play and play. I wish I had something nicer to say about WitchWood. I really don't even have anything nasty to say about it. It's just kind of dull. Just a few cards. I would have preferred, honestly, if instead of them having 3 expansions this year, going down to 2, and more substantial cards. And also, honestly, I would also prefer if some of these cards were given away for free, so that you just have more new cards, because it doesn't feel like a lot has changed. Like, if somebody stopped playing Hearthstone, say 6 months ago, I'm not sure that they're going to feel that much of a difference, even if they did buy all the new cards that they had missed out in that 6 months. Yeah. This is definitely proving me right on the thought that I should have spent most of my gold buying classic cards, and that for the most part that's what I did. Let's see. Overload and overload. I just gotta have to wait here. I guess I could have did the totem. I kept asking what was the hero replacement card that let you summon the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I believe that's a special hero that you can only do in tavern brawls. I couldn't find an actual card that did it. It does exist, I know that much, but I think you don't get to play it, which is a shame. Like, I would have been rather happy to run against a few people who are using their hero power to summon the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse to win the game immediately. Like, that's the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh craziness that I would prefer to see. Let's see. Draw a card, deal 3 damage, and play this. And attack. And then end the turn. Seems like I'll probably win. But I'm not gonna enjoy it. This I guess is fine. It's a fine, like, first turn play, but I think most people would have killed this by now. Let's see, deal 3 damage. Attack. Attack. Draw a card. The card costs 3 less. What does this one do? At the start of your turn, summon a demon from your hand. See, these were cool cards. These secondary ability, passive ability cards. They weren't added in WitchWood, however. Let's see. This is actually working out way too well, filling my hand with spells. Let's see, what does this one do? Summon 3 1/1 dragons with demons with taunt. I hate this card. The Void Lord. Alright, do this. And attack that. And attack that. And then we'll just do this just in case. I lost my apprentice that was giving me spells. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna win now. This is gonna be slow. More than anything else, it's gonna be slow. Alright. I have 5, so I could do this, kill these 2, and then kill that. So, I think that's the right move. There goes my overload guy. He was the only person in the field that could have won the game. Like, you might as well concede now on this deck because of that. It literally, like, maybe if I get Volcano and play that, that would stall long enough. But probably not. Let's see. Play this. Do this. Yeah, I only helped him out. Do this. And you really don't need 2 Doom Hammers in a deck, ever. So they've completely nerfed Overload. It's gone from being cards that you could play that would make you ahead of the power curve and potentially let you win if you can win early and not have to pay the penalty of all those overloaded gems. Plus, before there was several cards that would unlock overloaded gems, and now none of those are allowed in standard. So now it's just every card is a bad card to play, and you're just gonna avoid any overload card no matter what. It ruins the entire concept of overload. I'm trying my best here, and I'm gonna lose. Like, Volcano might have saved me, but probably not. He's just gonna fire me twice. And there's nothing you can even tweak. I've been going back to some of these decks and trying to tweak them. There's literally nothing you can do. Let's just delete it. Delete it right now. And go and delete this unfinished custom shaman too. Those were the only overload cards in standard. If I make a wild overload deck, I know how to do that. It certainly isn't going to get really changed by the WitchWood shaman cards too much. Maybe I'll add Zap. Maybe I'll add the Apprentice. Otherwise, I think I'm not doing anything different. And Murlocs have just slightly changed, probably for the worse, but there's still, this is still a pretty decent Murloc deck in my opinion. Alright, well, that's Shaman deck rebuilds. Next we have Warlock and then Warrior, so only 2 more deck rebuilds and then I can call the night. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. When you subscribe, click that notification bell, please. If you want to support me even further, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and the new expansion for Hearthstone, the WitchWood, is here, so it's time for deck rebuilds. So last time we did a rather disappointing Shaman deck rebuild. I've been mostly disappointed with what the new cards add to the mix in general, but Shaman was probably by far the worst. This time we're going to do Warlock and see what we can see there. So let's start over here and choose Warlock and do this. So I have all 30 of the classic Warlock recipes, so I could make that. I am missing 6 cards of the Dark Pact recipe, which means I probably shouldn't use that recipe. I still could if I wanted to. And I have all but 3 of the Witch's Bargain recipe, which is interesting, but we're going to do a custom one to start off with. It'd be rather weird if the suggested recipes from Activision Blizzard were the best recipes out there. So what do we have? Deal 2 damage to a friendly character, discover a demon. Probably not a good idea unless there's a demon I'm specifically looking for. And I'm not sure that there is a specific demon I'm looking for. A 1/1/1 with stealth, give a random friendly minion +2 health when it dies. It is a demon that doesn't cost life to play, so it probably would work decently there. Echo, give all enemy minions -2 attack until your next turn. I actually think this is a good potential card. It's one of the ones that stood out of a handful. Duskbat, if your hero took damage this turn, summon 2 1/1 Dusk Bats. 2/1/1 bats. So that's probably a good card to play. At the start of your turn, deal 1 damage to your hero. I don't see any reason why you'd want to play this. Like, unless there's something I'm missing. Summon 4 1/1 imps. That sounds fine. If your hero took damage this turn, gain lifesteal. It seems like that's a pretty good one too. So what are we missing? Rush, destroy a friendly minion and gain its attack and health. This would be a really cool card to have, but it's not too different from any of the other cards. Minions in your hand have Echo, so this allows you to play the same cards over and over again, and then deal 2 damage to all of the minions. If they die, repeat this battle cry. This would be a good card to play too. But what does that really leave us with just standard cards? Like, if we look at neutral and look for the phrase damage, I guess that would be about the only thing, wouldn't it? Is if there was some kind of neutral card that said, if you took damage this turn, double the damage and healing power of your hero power. There's no reason in the world you would play that on a Warlock. That's crazy. Spell damage +2. Deal 2 damage to all of the minions. Yeah, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. Standard cards then. Get out of the crafting mode. Battlecry, deal 3 damage to your enemy hero. That sort of makes sense and synergizes a little bit. Now, draw a card, deal 2 damage to your hero. That's just the same as your draw ability, so it's better. Deal 1 damage to a minion. If it kills it, draw a card. That's good. Defile's probably good. 4 damage, discard a card. If it's a friendly demon, give it +2/+2. Demon with taunt. Let's see, we got 9 more spaces. Let's see. This upgrades when you take damage, so that makes sense. But it really doesn't make sense to play the Blood Witch just to play that. Let's see, what is this? Destroy friendly minion, deals attack to all enemy minions. At the end of your turn, deal damage to all enemy minions. I'll take that. Deal damage to all minions. Deal 2 damage to a character. If it kills it, summon a random demon. Okay. So then let's look at just demons. Like, there's more demons I could play. Certainly. Play this, destroy both adjacent ones and get their attack and health. I could get Lord Draxus, which I'll take Lord Draxus certainly. And then there's apparently this, which I'll want to put in there. Take that. Sure doesn't feel like there's a lot of options. Like, what happens if we switch to wild and look at demons? I don't believe there's a daily quest that wants you to play demons anyways. There's just a daily quest that wants you to play warlock cards. So this is Wild Dreadsteed. That was a very good card. So with that gone, that sucks terribly. This is probably alright to play. Like, at the start of your turn, summon a demon from your hand. So you play that on the 5th turn. At the end of your turn, add a random demon to your hand. I guess there's some synergy there. Like, what else are we missing as far as demons? Yeah, if we're playing wild, you could play Prince Malchazar, and he's a demon. That'd be really useful. So now, I can't play the Cabal Trafficker, which sucks because that would actually synergize rather well. Sure, let's play the Lich King. I bet I could have put the Lich King in half of my decks that I've built come to think of it. What happened to the card that summons the apocalypse? Not Twisting Nether, although that would be an interesting one too. Is that wild? Surely not. Where is that card? Where is that card? Is it Harbinger? I also need to look for discard. Is there really a way to play a discard deck? Like, this is wild now. The Possessed Villager, that sucks. Let's see. Harbinger? Seal. It gives you the first seal when you play it. Here it is. I don't have this. Rin the First Disciple. Taunt to add the first seal to your hand. Death Rattle. So that's why I don't have that card, okay. So many lovely legendary cards I don't have. So that certainly might be affecting my feelings about the game being boring. Alright, so what I want to do is come out of crafting mode and shift this back to standard and see how many discard cards you could really play. So there's 16 here, or maybe not. Actually, no, it would be 12 here on this page. And then this one is discard all weapons, so that's not really likely to happen as a warlock. And this is a discard. So 13 cards that have discard in the name. And the important cards like this is missing, this is missing, this is missing, and the number one important legendary card would be this card. So I'm missing everything there. But that being said, that would add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're going to get maybe 19, maybe 21 discard cards if you tried to make a standard discard deck as it is. So the closest thing you can do is this. Then let's look for Renounced Darkness, because I didn't see that. It must be wild. Yes, Renounced Darkness, one of the best cards possible for Warlock, and it's wild now. I'm also really questioning whether some of these cards weren't actually supposed to be wild and they moved them around. Like, was Renounced Darkness really part of the Whisper of the Old Gods expansion, or did they move things so they could make it wild? I don't think they did. I don't think they'd spend that much effort, frankly. I mean, if they were going to spend any effort on this expansion, they would have spent an effort to make sure that there was some kind of viable Warlock deck to play, and there kind of isn't. Like, I don't even have anything else I want to build. Just a general Warlock cards Warlock thing, which honestly I could probably go through this and replace some of these with, like, this isn't a Warlock card, so like I could probably take out the Lich King and put in something that is a Warlock card instead. Just to like take a corruption. That's. And then here's a demon that's not a Warlock card, but I want to keep it. Like, that's the big addition here, Sneaky Devil. Your other minions have +1 attack. And I could imagine playing Sneaky Devil in a lot of decks. There's going to be tiny little exchanges of some cards for others, but most people's decks that they've been playing before this point will suit them just fine with minimal, the smallest amount of tweaks. Oh well, let's just move forward and try this custom Warlock deck out. I'm gonna have to make some room once I bring in the hsreplay.net decks that are recommended, the top meta decks that I can play with the cards I have once that service is working again, because I need 9, I imagine, decks specifically built just to win in ranked play and do nothing else, versus decks built by me to be kind of fun, or decks built by me to accomplish some kind of daily quest. And maybe there is a balance out there. I've never considered this, but there might be a balance where if you played some of the top meta decks, you would get victories long enough that you would have enough of a fun time to continue to play Hearthstone long enough to get daily quests done. So, for example, if you had a daily quest to play 25 Warlock cards, and if you're playing just a good Warlock deck that only has, say, 7 Warlock cards in it, it's possible. Let's see. Echo, give all your enemy minions. So I just want to try this out, but I don't know if I want to try this out right now, so I'm going to wait. If your hero took damage this turn, gain life steal. Oh, actually, that's going to prove to be a little bit difficult, isn't it? So I'm going to play this, and in the turn, and then they're going to be at 0/0. It's a shame that there isn't a spell that would swap health and attack for a Warlock, because then you could kill them. There might be something out there like that. Okay, so now I know how that card works. It's probably not too bad. Let's see. If I deal 1 damage here, and then 2 damage here, and then end the turn. And see, this only upgrades when you take damage from your own cards, so it's not that useful either. Alright. I guess you can always take damage during a turn, can't you? You just draw a card. So this is really teaching you to do the thing you should always do, which is draw the card first and be confident with your calculations that you can afford to draw a card and then play a card. Let's see. Let's do this. Alright. I can't play this, so it's not gold. I'm just helping the guy. I'm literally just helping him. I just lost. Yeah, so Warlock, not so good. It's I don't know, what do you even do with this? Let's go back and look at the WitchWood cards and see if there was something I missed here. Like, this card is probably still good. This card was really good. I don't know really reason to play that. I have no clue why anybody would play that. This looks like it was a pretty good card. Some of these, if your hero took damage cards, are too expensive, so I'd probably take that one out. Maybe it's just because I'm not looking at the neutral cards enough. That very well might be the case, is that there is 4 or 5 extra cards in this that would make sense and help. Like, sure, playing this would probably be good for any deck. I guess my criticism, if I try to enunciate it better, is that the Warlock class cards here have no strategy. And they don't seem like they're adding to even the existing standard collection of cards for Warlock. None of the new cards feel like they are really strong minions that cost health to play, and none of them really do too much with demons, even when they are demons, and none of them really do anything with discard. Like, I don't see a single discard card. This one would have been a really good card to play, so maybe I just didn't get any of the good ones. Minions in your hand have Echo. This would probably work rather well. That would be a good card too. The 3 cards I don't have are really good as far as Warlock, but otherwise I really hate this, and I think I would much more prefer, so I'm just going to delete it right now. I'd much prefer to play a wild game of Warlock instead. Well, next time is going to be Warrior. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. When you subscribe, click that notification bell, please. If you want to support me even further, gift me a game on Steam. That allows me to have more games to cover for my channel and is very helpful. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Let's see. Tragic Master came on the chat. There's a demon that switches health and attack. It's called Void Ripper. Let's go look it up then. Let's check that out before we start the final recording and I call the night. Seems like Tragic is staying up as late as I am. Alright, so Void Walker, Void Terror, Void Lord, Void Ripper. So if I had two of these epic cards, I could see this working well with the priest, and I could see this working well with a warlock when he had that card. Good tip. Good tip. Very tragic. Alright, what time is it? 1:30 Central AM. 4 mana neutral minion Void Ripper. Yep, I got it. Tragic, thank you. You probably typed that before I found it. Let's get back to recording. Oh, 1 second. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back with another expansion of Hearthstone. The WitchWood is the newest expansion. That means it's time for deck rebuilds. So last time we did a deck rebuild of the Warlock. Really didn't like the cards that the new expansion gave. They didn't feel like they did anything at all. And that's been sort of consistent with at least 2 or 3 of the hero classes. And even the ones that I did manage to find something that slightly improved by the new expansion, it was only very incremental improvements. Nothing amazing. I kind of expected this when I looked at all the cards. There weren't any cards that really caught my attention except for one legendary, and when I played that one legendary, it didn't work either. So maybe once more people have more experience with the new cards, they'll find some new strategies that I'll learn and find interesting. But right now, I am rather disappointed with this expansion. But that's okay, because it allows me to catch up on classic cards that I'm missing. So we're going to do Warrior. Speaking of classic cards, I have 29 of 30 of the classic cards for the classic recipe, missing only this one legendary. I have 26 of the Russian recipe, so I'm missing about 4, but I'm missing 6 of the Gilneas armory. So this would not be a recipe I'd want to build, but I'm going to do a custom deck. So we're going to start by looking at what WitchWood adds. WitchWood, also with the Year of the Raven changing at the same time, took away a lot more, honestly. By taking away several expansions, such as Mean Streets of Gadgetzan, Karazhan, Whisper of the Old Gods. There's now more expansions in the wild sets than in the standard sets, and you can certainly feel the loss. But particularly for Warrior, they also took away the key phrase Enraged. And so now Enraged has something wall damaged. So this would have read Enrage +3 attack. Now it says has +3 attack while damaged. Probably Rush is a good card to play for the Warriors, so we'll take that. Echo, deal 1 damage to all minions. I suppose you could do as many as 5 of these, unless you could reduce the cost somehow as a Warrior. Not sure how many times you'd really need to deal more than 1 damage to all minions, particularly since there were spells that would destroy damaged minions either. Let's see. Death Rattle, give +2/+1 to a random friendly Rush minion. Rush being sort of the replacement for Charge, but not as good as Charge. We'll take this Rush. Rush gain 3 attack this turn. Okay, that's sort of useful. After a friendly minion is attacks gain +1 attack. That'll work rather well too. So what didn't we get for Warrior cards? Draw a Rush minion from your deck. Rush after this attacks and kills a minion, gain +2/+2. This would have been a really nice card to have. Reveal weapon from your deck. Deal its attack to all minions. Can't attack whenever this minion takes damage. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy. But it's not a taunt. So I don't think I would ever really play that. So the main problem with them getting rid of Enrage is you can't actually search for Enrage cards anymore. So trying to make an Enrage deck is pretty difficult. You now have to search like damaged or wall damaged or something, some phrase like that. And I know there's some rush characters here, but I don't think that's... But there's no weapons thing. Like, there's no neutral weapons cards or anything that has weapons in the name. So maybe I could make a pirate weapon deck, but what do I have as weapons even? Jeez, where'd all my weapons go? Draw 2 weapons from your deck? There aren't 2 weapons available. Equip a weapon to upgrade? That there literally isn't any weapons. What is going on here? Well, they've just made all weapons wild. So you can't make a pirate deck, really. Which I kind of already knew that. Whenever weapons destroyed, +1/+1. Discard all weapons from your hand and gain their stats. 2 great weapon things destroy your opponent's weapon. Do you really need to play this anymore? This might as well be wild too, because nobody's going to play any weapons. They're all gone. I'm close to having a mental breakdown here, just realizing that all weapons in Hearthstone are gone now. Like, seriously, that they're all gone. Let's convert to wild, just for the proof. Or maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. Before I blame other people, let's just take off the search and just look. Maybe weapons aren't labeled as weapons, or maybe you have to type something different. This is still standard. Yeah, I guess that's possible. Yeah, I was making a mistake. This is still standard. This is wild. This is wild. Let's ask, is Axe Flinger standard? No. That's wild. This is still standard. This is still standard. Take Brawl. While we're here. That's wild. This is still standard. Okay. So you can have weapons. Good. Good to know. But wasn't the reason why I was playing weapons for these 2? So I need to put these 2 in here if I was going to play them. Just get rid of upgrades. So I guess there is reason to play Reno Jackson. Yeah. Destroy your opponent's weapon. Your weapon has +2 to attack while this is damaged. Let's see. Reduce the cost of a weapon in your hand by 2. Taunts. Price goes down. Return one of your destroyed weapons to your hand. Like, this is far too many weapons actually to play. Alright, let's go back to WitchWood and see if this makes any sense. What I'm doing. If anything, I should get rid of some of the rush cards. Trying to right click on these and it's not working, and it was working before. Alright, so I have four spots left for this weapon deck. Oh, you know why it's not working? Because I'm not looking at just all standard cards. I was looking at WitchWood cards. There it goes. User error. So we've got a weapon deck that, for the most part, is nothing new. It's just a slight variation of you will win if you can make it to the 6th turn and play this. And that's kind of all it is. In fact, and so this is like a deck if there's a daily quest to play weapons, and that's kind of it. And it's not a deck that's really going to even win. So let's get rid of that, and let's try this again now with Warrior and see if we can find one. Let's see. That would be an enraged deck while not using the phrase enrage. So we need to look at damaged, I guess is the key phrase. A-D-A-M-A-G-E-D. Alright. Destroy all your damaged minions. Give a damaged minion +3/+3. Destroy a damaged minion. Draw a card for each damaged minion. Damaged. This one is not a good one to play. This one's fine. This one's fine. This one's fine. And that's not in one of those. So then if we go to wild, and let's just take a moment to see all the wild cards that were enraged. Doesn't seem like too many difference. So there must be some other key phrase that I'm not catching. This, when a friendly minion takes damage, so it's not just damaged, it's damage. take that, but we may take that one off. For each enemy minion, gain 2 armor. Yeah, no, there's no armor or like shield slam card. Let's see. So yeah, I didn't see a single thing that implied let's get rid of these. Implied you'd gain armor. Have those minions survives damage? This card is going to be pretty useless now because there's so few charge minions and they're all rush minions now. And I guess rush sort of works towards the idea of damaging minions. So if we got rid of whirlwind and tried some more rush cards, I'd be cool with that. Yeah, I don't really feel like going through every single standard neutral card. Here's a card that should probably be in every deck I've been playing, and I haven't bothered to put it in one. That shows the level of deck building skill I probably have. Didn't even occur to me until now. Whenever this minion takes damage, draw a card. Yep. Why did they get rid of the enrage? Like, enrage was the key phrase that you could search for. Now you have to search for damage. And I guess we'll just search for damage, I guess. I guess that would still work, but it includes a lot of things that aren't enrage. Alright, let's take that while we're there. And then let's try some rush. This is a mess. Really is a mess. So the one thing I wanted to double check is armor. Did any of these talk about armor at all for the warrior? No. Did I just happen not to get anything that had talked about armor? No. So if you want to know what they're not going to focus on anymore, it is going to be armor. And that's going to be pretty crazy since that's the hero power. So we have a really bad enraged deck and a only slightly changed weapon deck. And so let's try out the enraged deck and then we'll be done. I'm hoping the solo experience, the Monster Hunt experience, makes up for quite a lot now. These cards are not building towards anything. And I feel like I'm probably going to have to maybe jump over to playing Wild, which will be crazy, certainly, particularly for my European and Asian accounts. But I don't think I'm gonna have a fun experience playing Hearthstone, trying to play these standard decks. Just there's no strategy at all. It feels dumbed down. All right, let's hold on to that one and trade those two. I seriously doubt how this is going to be a very successful game. If I play Rush now, I can't use it, so I'm just going to end the turn. Let's go ahead and greet this guy and be polite. So, has +3 while damaged. In turn. Let's see, can we do anything that cause damage? No. So let's play this. And do this. And do this. So rushes. Good to know. Second turn, a rush enemy can attack the hero. No surprise here, really, and just confirming things that I already knew. I imagine this is a... Alright. That'll just work fine. I'm fast and furious, he said. If I win this, I'll be incredibly surprised. Yeah, I've never really had a lot of success with enraged decks anyways. So yeah, if this somehow played out well, that'd be kind of crazy. Rush. So I can do something like this and damage this guy, and then do this, and then end the turn. Play this. Here's another card that's probably worth playing. This guy needs to be squelched. So I lost. No real surprise there. Now it is 1:46 Central Time. I've been doing this for about 7 hours, if I round up. So it is possible that in the Warriors case, I'm missing something. It's possible that I'm not just looking hard enough. Like, certainly doing things like this probably is better than some of the cards I put in there. But just the struggle of making an enraged deck now that you can't search the key phrase enrage is such a problem. I don't think I'll be playing very many warrior games if I can avoid it going forward. Particularly if I'm looking for enraged decks. It really does feel like I should just try to make a neutral deck. Like, if I was just to say, like, mage custom deck, and then just say no mage cards whatsoever. Like, what would WitchWood look like if I was just going to try and play this? Would I get a bunch of lifesteal cards? Would I get lifesteal and rush? After your hero attacks, give a minion +1/+1? Maybe. Like, that would work for some of the heroes. Echo Taunt works pretty well for everybody. Swapping health and attack, probably not a good one. This one's probably a good one. Come to think of it, I probably should just hold on to one of these cards. Let's see. Don't think I'd play that. Add a random 2-cost minion. Anything with a random in it's probably not something I would play. This didn't work very well. This probably wouldn't work this well because I would give it to random people, including your enemies. Another rush. A taunt 09 mech. Like, you'd be insane to try to make a mech deck in standard play. Because, I mean, we could look. MECH is the key phrase. There's two mechs added, and a small collection of about 9 that you could pick from otherwise. Like, you're definitely not gonna make a mech deck. They never really cared about mechs. The mechs were probably the first forgotten thing. There's probably some kind of strategy to this. Like, if you play this and then have something that's lower than a 4 and have 2 of these in your deck, but I'm not sure exactly what card you want that's lower than a 4 that would be so useful. It'd have to be a legendary card of some sort, lower than a 4, which all the 4 legendaries, Battlecry, destroy all enemy secrets, I could see playing that. Doubling the damage and healing of your powers, I could totally see playing that. And I think this is where I've failed, is that there is good decks to be made if you look at the neutral cards first, not so much the... I'm not sure about this one, but let's say it is a good card. Spell damage +2? Maybe. Taunt 5/9? Maybe. So your other elementals, if you're going to make an elemental deck, maybe. Restore 8 health to your hero? Sure. Some of these swapping things They're tempting, certainly. So I've got like 15 cards here that if I doubled up on them would make a all neutral deck. And if I was to throw in things like Leroy Jenkins and just other standard cards, let's see. There's quite a few you could pick from. Deathwing, Ursa, Primordial Drake, Alexstrasza, Lich King. Just looking at the top legendaries. Bone Mare. Maybe you take this guy. Maybe you take this guy. Maybe you play the Dark Knight. Maybe you take a charged character. Yeah, there's a lot of neutral cards. But then you're not playing any strategy when you do this, really. You're just playing some pretty decent cards that you could play in any deck or any hero class you wanted to. And it devalues the hero class so much. Building a deck like this that you have to assume, I really want to believe that the hero specific cards should be a little bit stronger than the neutral cards, and that there would be more of a strategy, and that you couldn't just make a deck like this and then copy and paste it to any hero that you needed to get a victory with. Although then you might get really good at playing this deck, and if you don't have a lot of cards, this might be the best solution possible. Like Flappy Bird, still a very good card. I don't know if you'd really want to play this or not. This is probably a good card to play. Random 1-cost minions, not a terrible card to play either. Let's see. Whenever you play a card, gain +1/+1. There's a lot of decks where that would work. The Owl. The experts will get into, like, you might play Alarmer Bot. Get into the value of each of these cards, and people will know off the top of their head what the value is based on statistics on websites and such, and whether this card is more valuable than this card. I don't get too deep into it. I'm just trying to play a game here and not get a PhD level of education in Hearthstone. You definitely want Doomsayer in there. But who knows what you take out to replace Doomsayer. And see, looking at the standard neutral cards, there really is no like legendary. I guess I could search legendary. Let's see. If I just type in legendary, it won't work. I have to type in the full word, ARY. Like, if you were to play the 4-mana character that would summon your lowest card, you could do Lorwalker Cho, you could do Millhouse Mana Storm, you could do King Mukla, you could do Tink Master Overspark. Let's see, let's go into crafting. Nate Peggle, Prince. Let's see. Ooh, Prince Kalasith would work really well. You play that 4-mana card, and it then plays this. This battle cry then gives all the minions in your deck +1/+1. That's a nice strategy. Or you play this card, and it gives you the ability to transform into a 3/3 copy of a minion. That's not too bad either. Let's see. Choose a friendly minion, add a golden copy of it. I don't like that one. You can play Arthas. Certainly. If your deck has no 4-cost cards, get Lifesteal and Taunt. You can play the Darkness. Interesting. Shuffle 3 candles into an enemy deck. Yeah, there's some major strategies if you have those legendaries, but notice that a lot of those that I just mentioned, I don't have. Now, if you played the 4 mana character that summoned the lowest minion in your deck, then and you wanted to summon a 5 or higher, you would only be able to play it after you'd played. That would be the only 4 mana card you could have. So your options get exponentially more limited if you're trying to play, say, a 10 mana minion with that 4 mana card, because then the rest of your entire deck has to be spells. And see that. So the WitchWood Piper, I don't think that would work. And you only draw it, so you would at best want to play this on the 4th turn and get a 5 mana character. You don't play it. Well, it's been really long, and it's been mostly a disappointment. Let's do one more thing. Let's search missing and see how much improvement I made. I think I was at about 160 pages of missing cards in total. So now when I jump to the end here, how many pages did I remove? I'm going to say I probably removed wow, I removed quite a few. I thought I was somewhere around 160. Even if I was wrong on the count and I was at like 120, I'm down to 50 pages of missing content. With another big infusion of dust to buy the rares, the blue ones, and then start opening packs to get the epics. I'm a lot closer to a complete collection than I would have thought I was. That's nice. It's real nice to see that at least my main account is set in a way so that we could. I'm missing quite a bit of Warlock cards, but there's no real way to fix that, is there? Yeah. Maybe by the next, maybe after the next expansion, we'll get this down to 30 or 40 pages. That would be nice. Anyways, I'm going long. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. When you subscribe, please do click that notification bell. If you want to support me even further than subscribing and liking and doing all of that, there's a way you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. That's very helpful, so I have more games to make content on. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.